Hi, everybody. Thank you everyone for being here today. Well, tonight. Sorry about that. All right, City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting. The City Council member and public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided tonight. Council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 *.
Thank you. All votes tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. I will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk for roll call vote.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Present.
Councilmember Teeter.
Present.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Present.
Mayor Douglas.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Dukes.
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Everyone is here, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me do that. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in a moment of silence, followed by Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Need a motion to adopt it. Sorry, we need a motion to adopt the agenda. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to reorder the agenda because of two items that are under ordinances on first reading. They're scheduled for 11:10 this evening, and I would like to place them earlier in the agenda so that our constituents who have an interest in this topic can hear the discussion. I think scheduling it for the end of the evening was unfair to our residents. So I would move to reorder the agenda to place ordinances on first reading, item 12, to immediately begin after the city council reconvenes following the URA meeting.
Did you say ordinance 2755, ordinance 2756, which one? Or
Correct.
both?
The
Both?
ordinances under first reading, there are
Thank you.
two.
All right, appreciate that. Okay. Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to actually bring in 2755 and 2756 after the executive session with the municipal judge.
Well, if it wins your vote, I will accept that amendment. Are you a second?
Yeah, I'll be a second.
Okay. Any other council members? All right, I need a motion and a second. City Attorney Zarzeki, so should I just ask for,
You can call for the vote, Mayor.
call for the vote? Okay, all right. All right, there's been a motion and a second to Right now, to amend the agenda. Okay, your vote's up.
Mr. Mayor, the vote's open.
That will put the item closer to 8 p.m.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 no. All right, moving on. Public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular hearing. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Will the clerk call on anyone virtual or in-person speakers, please?
Mr. Mayor, we're just verifying the remote people.
Okay,
I'm not seeing Julie Pruitt online. Abby Jacoby,
Can you make sure that all the citizens
No.
actually state their address so we know if they're a city resident?
Sam Melton.
thank you.
Mayor, none of the people who signed up online are here, but we'll monitor for them. But we can move to the in-person.
Okay. And before we get kicked off here, you please come up to make a public comment. Please state your name and your address, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Unless you're a minor, you're under 18, state your name.
Mayor, the first speaker we have is Alaya Acevedo.
Aaliyah.
Oh.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Douglas and council members. As you may already know, my name is Elia Acevedo, and I live in Ward 1. I happily serve on the Youth Commission, and today I come to support and advocate for my peers on that commission. As some of you are aware, recently some of our commissioners have found themselves at an impasse due to rules that have not historically been enforced, which have recently been found. 2 of our youth commissioners have recently been forced to resign from their long-standing position on our commission because their relative was voted onto council. That is in addition to another of our commissioners whose position is in jeopardy because she works at a rec center, which is considered working for the city. Where I may see where the thought process may have came from, I believe this rule isn't just, especially to our youth, because we take accessible opportunities away from them. As far as I know, our youth members aren't even allowed to work temporarily at water parks and keep their positions. This may have already been brought up, but I deeply urge our city council to work with their staff to change this rule and bring back accessible opportunities to our youth. We cannot expect our youth to wish to serve their city and also take opportunities from them. I appreciate you all taking action on this item, and I'm happy to take questions at a further time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, next up we have John Yelnick.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Yelnick, and I'm here to address my concerns on a property at 112th and North 85, which is known as a surplus Superfund site. I reside at 3650 South Dahlia in Denver. I am the fee simple absolute owner of the real estate identified in your files as the remainder parcel. You also have in your files a narrative created by Jordan May, dated March 25th, 2024, which is reflective of the various court orders that were mandated in the state of Colorado as follows. Orders from the Colorado Court of Appeals, dated January 18th, 2025. Orders by the District Court Judge Ted C. Towle III, dated January 29th, 2015. Orders by district court judges each step of the way as I acquired this property under their supervision and review and order of Donald W. Marshall, Jr., Sharon D. Holbrook, Kyle Seedorf, and Otero G. Hernandez, and the Honorable Nancy E. Rice as mediator, all reflecting upon the preceding judge's determination and orders, all affirming my chain of title ownership as represented in your packet through a survey created by Wilson and Company dated March 15th, 2024. In reviewing these court orders in your packets, let us remind ourselves that under the Constitution's separation of powers, neither Congress nor the executive branch, including the branches of local government, may intrude upon judicial power. The power includes the power to definitively and finally resolve cases and disputes. Currently, the City of Commerce City, through its permitting process, is attempting to legitimize the trespass of two developers to install water and sanitary sewer within my remainder parcel, which is not located in the South Adams County Water and Sanitation Service Area. Compounding Commerce City's judicial misbehavior, we have now seen a new groundwater forever chemical called a PFAS contaminating lawsuit, which was filed January 20th, 2026 by the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District Activity Enterprise. And Commerce City concurrently permitting the destruction of the two groundwater contamination groundwater wells, which were located on my remainder parcel only 3 weeks ago. I request a timely Commerce City written response to the following questions.
Mr. Yeldick, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
2 more sentences.
Okay.
Is the City of Commerce City attempting to take ownership of my Risebeck subdivision remainder parcel, which under court order belongs to me, for the benefit of the public or for the adjacent developers? Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, next is Tori Rondo.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tori Rondo, and I live in Reunion. I'm here to speak about lowering speed limits within our residential areas to 20 miles per hour. As a mom of 2 small children, I am acutely aware of the speed of passing cars when my oldest began riding her bike along our street. Like many of my neighbors, I was convinced cars were negligently speeding by. However, after speed studies were conducted on our street, I was confronted with data that did not match my perception. Only 4.3% of cars on my street were actually speeding. This is a pattern we see all over our city. I have provided a map and data obtained from the traffic calming program showing 101 resident-requested speed studies. All are listed with a low enforcement rating, and only 11 had an 85th percentile speed greater than 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. The mitigation residents are requesting is typically not warranted under current thresholds. So why the disconnect between what residents are experiencing and what the data is telling us? I believe it's because the current speed limits are simply too fast. Cities across the country, including our neighbors in Denver, have already made this change because the research is clear. A 20 mile per hour speed limit in residential areas is undeniably safer for neighborhoods and worth the small inconvenience of a few extra seconds of driving. The faster a car is moving, the less time the driver has to react to a pedestrian. A vehicle traveling at 30 miles per hour requires nearly double the stopping distance compared to 20 miles per hour. Pedestrians struck at 30 miles per hour are roughly 7 to 9 times more likely to die than those hit at 20 miles per hour. Organizations such as the Federal Highway Administration, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, and the AARP, among others, have endorsed 20 mile per hour residential speed limits. Residential streets are shared spaces, not just for drivers, but for children playing, neighbors walking, and families living. I have provided the names of 110 residents supporting this measure, and I've heard from many who feel their concerns have been ignored in the past. The new traffic calming program, while well-intentioned, has increased this frustration. The new process is seen as reactive and daunting. A citywide 20-mile-per-hour residential standard is proactive, equitable, and would protect all neighborhoods, not just those who are able to organize to request it. In closing, a 20-mile-per-hour residential speed limit is a relatively low-cost, low-risk step in moving towards making our city safer for everyone. I urge you to make safety the standard in our neighborhoods and join the many cities who have already decided that 20 is plenty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Carmen Medrano.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carmen Medrano, and I work at 7190 Colorado Boulevard. I am here on behalf of United for a New Economy, Together Colorado, Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition, Cultivando, ACLU Colorado, American Friends Service Committee, Centro de los Trabajadores, Colorado Wins, Denver Area Labor Federation, Working Families Power, and SEIU Local 105. We demand that the Commerce City Council reject city staff's proposal to extend and expand the city's contract with Flock Safety. This constant and regulated data collection and surveillance is encroaching on the safety, freedom, and privacy of everyone who lives and works throughout Commerce City. Across the nation, audits and investigations have uncovered the manifold ways Flock has lied about its data sharing and consistently shared its surveillance data with ICE and the Department of Homeland Security without authorization or oversight. In Colorado, cities like Longmont have canceled their Flock contracts, while others like Glenwood Springs have undergone thorough audits and enacted extensive safeguards. Denver enacted numerous transparency safeguards with Flock, and just this week announced that they will not renew its Flock contract amid numerous public audits and warnings from the Denver auditor that Flock's business model could create liability for the city and the county of Denver. Finally, according to the latest available audit from another jurisdiction, as of December 2025, Flock was sharing Commerce City surveillance data with over 6,300 law enforcement agencies across the country. That data sharing came without safeguards, ensuring that those agencies were not using our community's data without our consent. When jurisdictions utilize surveillance systems like Flock Safety, those companies can share location data, license plates, and other personal information with any agency that they see fit if that data safeguards are not put into place. We demand Commerce City elected leaders turn off Flock safety cameras and direct city staff to perform a long overdue full public audit of all of the city's surveillance contracts, create oversight for corporate surveillance, and stand with us in action, not just words. The Commerce City Mayor and City Council must reject corporate contracts and commit to protecting our communities against unnecessary and dangerous surveillance. Now more than ever, Commerce City leaders must stand with their constituents and use their authority to demand oversight and transparency of Flock safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, next is Manuel Horriola.
Hello, my name is Manuel Guardiola, and today I would like to talk about the recent decision regarding me and my sister's dismissal from the Commerce City Youth Commission, a commission we have been a part of for 3 years now. And I was informed of this by my older brother, Jose Luis, a council member. And the reason we can no longer be a part of this commission is because of Section 9.7 of the city charter, which from what I have heard says that a relative cannot be on the same commission. And if this is true, why have me and my sister been allowed to be on it for 3 years, and why enforce it now? Me, my sister, and my brother were indignant at the Commerce City government, specifically for the fact that they're removing an opportunity that has benefited me and my sister greatly. Not only myself has lost this opportunity, but so has my brother's son, who has great potential, I feel. And additionally, another problem I have an issue with is the city charter policy that says one cannot be a part of a commission and have a job with the city, which also affects, or I don't know specifically, but the policy impacted a fellow commissioner of mine. She would now have to decide between a job with the city or the youth commission that has many opportunities to grow. And I keep on referring as youth commission as an opportunity because it is what I see it as. Sorry. The volunteering opportunities, the learning opportunities, the out-of-state opportunities, and the connection opportunities, all of which that I have gained from being a part of it. All of this is lost because of a city charter policy that I feel doesn't benefit anyone. And some of my questions that I feel like you guys should consider: why have me and my sister been allowed to be on the commission for 3 years, and why enforce it now? How does my participation in the youth commission affect anyone negatively? Lastly, why enforce a policy on a youth who only wants to help and that has been an active youth delegate for Commerce City? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Manuel.
Mayor, next is Francisco Chica.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Francisco Chica, and I speak on behalf of the Social Justice Ministry and Monsignor Jorge de los Santos at Our Lady Mother of the Church here in Commerce City. We come tonight because our community has serious concerns about the proposed renewal and expansion of the flock safety camera system. These cameras scan and store every license plate that passes, tracking the movement of thousands of residents. In recent weeks, our ministry submitted formal KORA requests to the city clerk and the police department, asking for policies, safeguards, and oversight mechanisms that govern Commerce City's contract with Flock. To this day, we have received no documents, and this raises multiple concerns. Across Colorado, other cities have already chosen not to renew their Flock contracts because of the same concerns. Denver entered its partnership with Flock after its auditor found major privacy and data sharing risks, including access by outside and federal agencies. Longmont chose not to renew its contract following public backlash about the risk to residents' privacy. Boulder changed its data policies after discovering information could be shared nationally, even potentially with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. These decisions reflect a growing realization. Surveillance without strong safeguards put immigrant families, working people, and communities of color at risk. Commerce City should not expand a system that could be used, intentionally or not, to target or track our residents. We're not against public safety. We do support real safety. Safety that builds trust, not fear. Safety that protects family, not data brokers. That's why we respectfully call on the council to, first, pause or deny renewal of the Flock contract until full transparency is achieved. Second, conduct a public audit of all surveillance and data sharing agreements in Commerce City. Third, disclose every instance where Commerce City data has been accessed, by which agencies, and for what purposes. And lastly, adopt a strict privacy policy that explicitly forbids sharing or using this data in ways that could endanger immigrants or vulnerable communities. Council members and mayor, this is the moment to lead with both courage and consciousness. We ask you to stand with the people of Commerce City, not with corporate surveillance interests. Thank you for your time and for the service that you all do to our community.
Thank you.
Mayor, next up is Mario Marquez.
Mayor Douglas, council members, good evening. I'm Mario Marquez, Chief Business Officer at Adams 14, and this is Regina Vaca, Project Manager with Adams 14. We're here to tell you about two huge events, community engagement events that we have coming up in the month of May. The first one is the 4th edition of the Adams 14 Annual Soccer World Cup, which is going to be played again right here at the Sporting Goods, and this is going to be the largest ever. You will have more players, more teams, more games, and more countries represented than ever before. It's going to be huge. The second one is the 2026 National Memorial Day Parade, which, as you may have heard, Adams 14 has been nominated to represent the state of Colorado at this parade in Washington, D.C. We're assembling a team of almost 80 students from the ROTC group, color guard, cheerleader, and marching band. I'm going to take these students to Washington, D.C. now. We have graduation on Saturday, the 23rd of May, so we have an early departure for Washington, D.C. on Sunday, the 24th. The parade is on Monday, the 25th. On Tuesday, we're going to take the students sightseeing to the historical sites, and we will be back in Commerce City in the evening of Wednesday, meaning that if you don't see this group here at the Memorial Day Parade here in Commerce City, is because we are there. These are two events that you individually or the organizations that you represent or work for may want to get involved with. And so with your permission, I'm going to leave here with Mr. Rogers the QR codes that will have all the details in case that you want to get involved in any of these two events. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mayor, next up is Keith Rogers. Mr. Rogers has signed up to speak on two items, Resolution 2026-11 and general public comment. So he will get 3 minutes for each, and we'll time them separately for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council, City Management. My name's Keith Rogers, and I live at 6771 Albion Street. Longtime resident. One thing we need to find out is, okay, I see we're getting this photo Jeep online going. Need to find out when it's gonna be in what area, so I know when it's gonna be in my neighborhood that's desperately needing it, because the speed limit for these idiots are getting higher and higher every week. Our police station, that should have been voted on by the residents, not just council. We're spending that much money again, just like the golf course. That needs to be voted on by the residents. I think we ought to start spending more money on our roads instead of extras here and there that aren't necessary. Ward 1, we still have not heard from you on getting a meeting together. This is like the third round now. We want a meeting with you soon. You need to get a hold of your area, let them know you're gonna have a meeting so we can all get together and talk. This stuff needs to start happening. We've got concerns, we've got gripes that we need taken care of. You're supposed to be representing us. It's time to step up to the plate. Time to step up now, because we're wanting to talk. Some of this annex stuff that you're talking about again, you can't take care of what you've got. You don't have enough money to get drainage for us that are getting flooded. You can't fix the frickin' roads here. Why do you want to annex more stuff? So you can spend more money in stupid areas that, you know, we got a whole list of stuff that needs to be fixed before you add on. We've got major problems in Old Commerce City. Our roads suck. They're on 6 and 85 and Brayton Boulevard. There are two huge potholes the size of a car tire. that everybody has to hit every day trying to make a turn to get onto 85. Needs to be addressed. Brighton Boulevard from one end to the other needs fixed from here to the Denver line. Time to step up. Let's go.
Thank you.
Mayor, that brings us to Ryan Kiefer, who also is speaking on 2 items, flock and regular public comment. You get 3 minutes for each.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Ryan Kiefer. I live in Reunion. I have 2 comments this evening. I represent North Range Metro District 1 on the board, but I am speaking privately today. Many of you, actually several of you, live in the district that I represent. Many have reached out and talked about the petty crime happening in Reunion and the surrounding area that I represent. And it's been getting increasingly worse and worse. It started off with people checking door handles in the evening, and then it moved up to occasionally having packages stolen, to the point now that packages are getting regularly stolen, and it's actually a meme on TikTok that this car is going around. Everyone knows who it is, everyone has the plates, but nothing's happening to it. I understand the frustration. What the people that live up there are saying, that it's stupid things. I'm sure baby formula, or, the next tennis balls. Things are being stolen, not of high value, but it's getting worse, and it's going to continue to get worse because we have next to no enforcement up there. I personally am very frustrated when people come and go door to door knocking, and I looked at the city ordinance on that one. I went through and put up the notices that I have to for that. I have video recording of my home through various security cameras, and I've sent the exact package to the city that shows everything that's been violated, including I talked to the person and get all the information from them, and nothing is followed up with by the city. It just continues on. So I'm asking, could we try to have some kind of enforcement for the area up there, and just stem this before it continues to get worse, because the broken window theory shows that if we don't do anything about it, it's just going to keep escalating. I don't want to come back to you guys and say, could you guys have enforcement up there, because people are getting robbed in their homes. I'd like to stop that before we get to that point. So that's the request I have for you for that. The next portion I have is, it's going to seem contradictory, but I promise you it's not. This is for the flock cameras that you're trying to install. It's not a small contract. It's $4.5 million over 5 years. That's over $40.25 per home in Commerce City per year. To the benefit that has not been quantified that I've seen thus far in any of the documents that was presented this evening on the agenda, nor have I seen the police chief quantify the benefits of even the system we have today. So my push for you here is we need to look at, why are we spending $900,000 a year for something that we don't know the benefits from? There were some statistics shown in the packet this evening, but it just showed what the shot caller or something to that effect, what happened during that period of time. We saw nothing prior to that period of time to know what it was beforehand. I deal with software contracts all the time for work. I understand these salespeople, and they've wanted to sell you and sell you and sell you. I get what's going on there. And it's easy to get caught up and stuck in the things that you don't need. But this is not anyone's individual money. This is everyone's money that you're trying to spend on something that it needs to be a little more carefully looked at. Secondly, there's a big trust component with this. I read through the contract, and they have numerous areas where they're talking about the intellectual property rights of who owns the data that's being collected. It does say that Commerce City owns the data, but they have several requests for royalty-free perpetual license worldwide to do as they please. I have friends that do a lot of computer work, and I asked them to look into it a little further for me. And if you go to showdown.io, you can look up the dashboards that are open on the internet right now for the flock safety cameras. You can log in with very, very simple passwords, such as admin password, because they're not secured very well. And you can go through and see every single car that goes through, when they went through. It makes it very simple to go through and start to stalk someone or do something very terrible to them. You can see when my wife and I were gone and rob our homes because we're not there. That's just the lack of transparency and clarity as to who owns the data, how secure it is very, very concerning. But they are very clear to state that you are liable for the damages. They're only responsible for the last 36 months of payments. Anything beyond that, the city has to pay for it. So if something were to happen that were terrible and it becomes the fault of these flock cameras, the city's going to have to sit there and eat that. I don't know how that would be something that we really want to go forward with. It also feels as though there's massive overreach and creep with the features on this one. Between the license plate camera readers, the pan tilt zoom cameras, solar mobile trailers, expanded gunshot detection coverage, drone docking systems, traffic and analytics, real-time crime center integration, and additional analytics platforms. It's a lot of things. And we could just use a license plate camera reader if you really need that for the police, which we can actually host ourselves. We have an IT department. I went through the other day just to mess around. I wrote one in my home for about 3 hours, and it ran on 100, and it worked very, very well. So to have all this extra stuff is just nuts to me. And the police have shown that they don't use the technology that they have in the past. There was a comment, and I apologize, I'm going to just a little bit over. I will stop quickly. That Ben Huseman asked the police, why aren't you using the trailer that's just sitting in the parking lot? I've seen it there week in, week out, and it's not been used. And the police didn't really have an answer for that. So I see the same thing happening here, where they're asking for the world, and I don't know that they're going to utilize it. Furthermore, I don't think that the utilization of those capabilities would be all that great for our city to begin with, as I've stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next up is Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor, city management. I'd like to just touch a quick basis. Ward 1. Yeah, I think Mr. Roger was dead on when he said, you need to get something set up. Third time we've asked. I don't think it's our responsibility to come to you. I think it's yours to come to us. You know that there's issues. You are being paid to do a job, and I suggest you try to step up and do that job. Second of all, we've asked numerous times between council and city management for 68th and Colorado Boulevard. We explained the last time we were on council that we had large equipment moved into the area in the ice cream shop. Since that time that this has happened, we've had even more equipment, more vehicles, more outside storage on the 2 lots that are to the north of the ice cream shop. When I walked out last week, they had the large digger out there unloading it, and it was hanging out in the middle of the road. Very big safety issue. Speeding up and down Colorado Boulevard, very big safety issue. We've had numerous complaints. We've had complaints about animals being hit. Okay, so one of the ladies that takes care of some of the feral cats came to me a couple of days ago, really beside herself, because one of the cats had gotten hit and was hit so bad it was actually dug into the pavement. We've got a problem, and we need the council and the city management to step up and start doing their jobs. I don't want to have to do your job because I'm not getting paid to do it. Now, if you want to give me your paycheck, by all means, I'll do your job. Same with police department. I'm tired of trying to call them out and trying to get them out and trying to get them to do their job when half the time they don't even show up, they don't return calls, and they don't do their job. Flock camera, it's a joke. I mean, we are finding out more and more about this flock system. It's unsafe for our city. It's unsafe for our people that have the right to live here safely. And you all need to think about that. Because every time we have our little raids, what, you think that they just got a little peek of, oh, well, we'll just get this area. No, they know exactly what they're doing when it comes to that system. It's been proven. So we need to think about that. Now, I know I got 3 extra minutes. Mr. Dukes.
Steve, thank you. 3 minutes. It's okay. She had signed up for 2.
I'm only showing signed up for 1 item.
No, I should have signed up for 2.
Oh, okay.
So we are aware of the situation that you're trying to get past again, to where Suncor doesn't have to answer for their wrongdoings and for their mishaps. When they do the dirty deeds, we need to know about it as a community. When they have those alarms going off, we need to know. We're living right there. And like I said, unless you want to bring yourself over in a tent in front of my home and sit there for a solid week and breathe in that tox that we're bringing in, I suggest that you rethink about this, every single one of you. Because we need to be notified. The city needs to be notified. Understand? This isn't just about a multi-billion-dollar company that can just send out toxins in the air and not have to answer for it. Yes, they might put a lot of money into the Commerce City, but they're also toxifying a lot of people. So you need to rethink this. We've discussed this before. I haven't had a chance to face-to-face to talk to you, but I'm gonna make sure that I do, because there's other agendas that we need to discuss. So instead of trying to pass the buck so that nobody has to answer for what they're doing, you need to rethink it, because see, again, you live up north. You're not breathing it. We are. So you need to really rethink about what you're doing, what you're asking for. There's a lot more going on than you even know about. So just remember that. I say, and I will say this again, everyone on this council, including city management, needs to start doing their job, or we need to stop paying. Our taxpayers' money is being misused, we're being misformed, we're being lied to, and we as residents have had enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next up is Daniel G.
Hello, Mayor Douglas and members of the City Council. My name is Daniel G. I'm a resident of the DuPont neighborhood in Commerce City. In February of this year, Colorado lawmakers introduced SB 26097, which aims to decriminalize commercial sexual activity between consenting adults. Colorado would become the first state in the U.S. to fully remove criminal penalties for both the buying and selling of sex, without any framework for licensing, inspections, or oversight. Legalization increases the overall demand for sex, which drives human trafficking to meet that demand. Inherently, bad actors will follow this. Normalizing exploitation as a standard career path is not the blossoming change we want for this city. A person's value cannot be taken away or traded. We should focus on well-being and potential, as most would agree that systems should serve people, not the other way around. The bill primary sponsors are Senators Nick Richardson of Pueblo, Lisa Cutter of Jefferson County, and Representatives Lorena Garcia, Adams County, and Rebecca Stewart of Jefferson County. And I would like to also echo my concerns about the flock security systems. I would agree with what they said as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next up is Christy Douglas. And Mrs. Douglas has signed up to speak on 4 items: public comment, Resolution 2026-18, and then also Ordinance 2755 and Ordinance 2756. So I will time 3 minutes for each of those 4 items.
I appreciate that. I hope I signed up for the right ones. This should give me sufficient time. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Management. My name is Christy Douglas, and I live in Ward 4. I am very excited to be here tonight, and expect to see me here a lot. The first thing that I wanted to speak on is citizens communication. And because this is a zoning meeting tonight regarding this topic, I'm actually speaking on not the zoning, but how I was treated at a community meeting about zoning for this particular project. The proposed police station, substation, I call it a superstation that's proposed at 104th and Potomac. I was not allowed to speak. I was cut off repeatedly, and my question was never answered. I expect better of staff than that. I also want to know why we haven't had the community meetings that were promised and never been held. I really think that even in the purchase of this particular property, it should have been brought before the community so that the community would know what the purpose was in purchasing that property so that the zoning could be done to make it public property. Those communities meetings have never been held. And in addition to that, there was a sufficient amount allotted by the previous council for that project. And then on the fly, there was another 16.3 million added on as a surprise vote in an inappropriate part of the council meeting. So I just want you to all be aware of that. It has nothing to do with the zoning. It has to do with how this project is coming about. So I have 26 seconds left on this. Do I just let that go, or do I start? Okay. So the next one that I'd like to speak about is what's happened on the Youth Commission. I think it speaks volumes about how we treat our youth and what has happened. It shows a total lack of respect and disregard for these young people who have put their heart and soul into this city. I would suggest that Councilmember Guardiola step back from being on the Youth Commission and let his siblings back on. I also think that there should be some kind of ability for the president to continue her service on the Youth Commission. She only works part-time. She is a senior in high school. I can't even believe that this happened, but it did. And so it needs to be rectified and taken care of ASAP. I would think that Councilmember Guardiola, that you would do the right thing and step away from it and have someone else take your place on the Youth Commission. So I'm done with that one. All right. Next one, flock cameras. We are living in dangerous times, folks. And the flock cameras only add to that. The surveillance is totally unnecessary. If you dig deeper, it's for data collection and nothing more. It's not about public safety. And I am one that thinks that public safety is number one. I was framed as not being for public safety. My reputation was at stake, but people believed that that was the case, that I was not for public safety. Absolutely not true. But these flock cameras, and to move around the budget like that, to pay taxpayer dollars for something that is totally unnecessary is just beyond my comprehension. So I am totally against what you're planning on doing tonight. Do the right thing. Stand up and have some courage. All right, next one. Okay, the last two, and I should finish up here real quick. They're both notice of council business. Please do not stop the monthly oil and gas reports. Those are for the people. They need to know what's going on. We live in a highly industrialized city. We are a sacrifice zone for the petroleum profiteers, and we are sacrificing our people. It is not right. I can't even believe that this was put in as part of the notice council business, asking for more community health and well-being. No, no. These people deserve better. So I would hope that there would be some kind of amendment to the motion to make sure that those oil and gas meetings or presentations stay as part of the agenda monthly. And the last one has to do with the housing authority. Our housing authority is separated from the city, and it's much like metro districts and our special districts, like our water district and our fire district. They are their own governments, and there is not enough oversight. Keep an eye on all of them, please. Do not change the terms to 5 years. Keep them at 3. The reason that they were changed to 3 was because we needed fresh, new blood, so to speak, on the boards and commissions. That was something that we were seeing the same people getting back on and serving year after year. And it's the definition of insanity. You do the same thing over and over again, but expect different results and you don't get them. That's insanity. So I would suggest keeping them at the 3 years and have more oversight over the housing authority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, next is Angel Armenta.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Steve Douglas and council members. I'm here with my brother to talk about the impact that the Suncor Boys and Girls Club has had in our lives. I'm currently in college. I go to Colorado School of Mines, and I'm studying business engineering, and I'm in my 4th year. And I know that the Boys and Girls Club over here down the street or nearby Kearney has had a tremendous impact in my life. It has prepared me professionally, provided me with the mentorship I needed, as well as prepared me for the world and overall for college as well. As a lifelong resident of Commerce City, I feel like it's important to continue to, share support with that common space since it's meant to serve all the youth in the city. I know that for me and my brother here, the Boys and Girls Club has provided a lot of necessities towards my family, provided such a great amount of support just through the amazing staff and the people who overall just go there and they really care about the youth. And I'll pass it all along towards my brother so he can share a little bit more about his current experience.
Hello, my name is Alejandro Armenta. I am here speaking with my brother too. And the reason all the club that has done in my current time has been so much more helpful than what my brother has also, and it's keep on growing from that. If we keep on having, like my staff here that's with me, Felix, he has been doing so much stuff, so much programs that has been helping me out and make me experiencing things that I didn't even get to have when I was younger. And one of these experiences was the snowboarding trip that I had with the program. And from this, it accepted all of those students from charter school, public school, whatever. And it keeps on, those programs keep on giving us as the youth experiences that others might not have. And I want the club to keep on growing from that. And I love how the club is doing right now with the current everything that's been happening. And I love their support, support for all of their club kids, young, like a teen like me, or the seniors that are there now. And they keep on supporting them financially, mental health, or anything. And it's just great to see all of those kids living and just being happy to be together, being somewhere that they could connect from. My current club is the best thing that's been happening to me. Somewhere that I can go after school and just hang out, experiencing new things every day is something that brings me joy.
Thank you so much for your time and for listening to us.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mayor, the last in-person commenter we have is Renee Bullock. And while Renee's coming up, one of our online requesters did sign on.
Okay.
You can have them speak afterwards.
Thank you.
So Mayor, we have Miriam Mata online. I'm going to allow Miriam to talk. Miriam, can you hear us? Are you there? She's not on there anymore. So I think that concludes public comment, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by the mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and they were incorporated into tonight's updated agenda packet. If any follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, we will recess to Urban Renewal Authority meeting. Which we have all our members here. James Amador, who else? Susan.
It's going to be after the education.
Okay, we'll now call the meeting, the URA meeting to order, and ask the secretary to call roll.
Chairman, thank you. I will go ahead and call roll.
Thank you.
So, Chair Douglas.
Present.
Vice Chair Noble.
Present.
Board Member Guardiola.
Present.
Board Member Teeter.
Present.
Board Member Sandoval.
Present.
Board Member Kim.
Here.
Board Member Dukes.
Present.
Board Member Trujillo.
Here.
Board Member Young.
Here.
Board Member Machuga. We're not seeing him online. Board Member Henson. I'm showing Board Member Henson online. Let's see. And we are missing who's the other board member? Oh, and
Do you want to see if she can recognize you in chat?
Board Member Henson, are you there and able to hear us and speak?
I can hear you, but I do not think you could hear me
Nope.
earlier.
Hear you.
We can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, and actually Miriam Mata was online. I could hear her on the Zoom the whole time, but she was not able to be heard by the body.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. Mayor, would you like to take public? No, we'll move on to URA. We already called that, but we'll talk with Miriam. So that is the members present tonight for URA.
Okay. And Board Member Amador? James Amador?
Member Amador is not here, that's correct.
Oh, he's right
here. Oh, all right, you're present, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. It's okay. All right, in the motion, the second to excuse members not present. Board Member Kim?
So moved.
Board Member Amador? Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to excuse members not present. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion pass 11 with one excused absence. Okay. First one, resolution URA 2026-002, transfer of $90,500 for photometric study and lighting plan. Board Member Kim.
So moved.
Oh, no, I was just introducing. I'm sorry. That wasn't a motion. So is there, no?
We did not have a presentation, just
Okay.
for questions.
All right. Any council members have any questions for this photomet? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you very much. Yes, this is my question. The flock budget later on in the agenda shows $8,000 a year from the URA. Is that part of this resolution?
No,
Have we voted as a URA to expend that 8,000?
no,
And when do we anticipate doing that, Mr. Rogers?
April.
Are we going to do that after we vote tonight, are you suggesting?
You will take action in favor or in opposition as the body of city council. And then if there is action to move that forward affirmatively, then there will be an item on the agenda for the URA to discuss the matter. That would be an appropriate time at that time to discuss the funding of that item.
All right, I just wanted to check since we happen to be in the Urban Renewal Authority meeting at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, I have a question for,
Chair, I have a question, excuse me.
oh, sorry about that.
I raised my hand,
Board
but I
Member,
don't know if you can see me.
yes, I can see. Board Member Henson.
Thank you so much. Since there's not a presentation, could we just have a very brief overview of what will be covered in this study, please?
Gary?
Sure. As we do a lot of outreach studies, surveys, meetings with the Derby property owners, a consistent theme has been public safety. We feel like this is one of the key things that we can do to help improve public safety is identify street lighting and illumination in the neighborhood and see where it's appropriate to add additional lights and increase that public safety. That's the primary goal here is public safety. So the study will evaluate the current lighting that's out there, the amount of brightness that's appropriate for the area, and identify areas where we can improve.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, Board Member Guardiola.
Thank you. And again, I went to the Derby Review Board last month, and the number one thing that the folks that attended that meeting were safety, safety, safety. So I think this is a step towards that there's business owners, residents there, staff members, and that subject kept coming in. So I appreciate this going through.
Thank you. Any other board members? All right. I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution URA 2026-002. Board Member Kim.
So moved.
Okay.
Second, Kathy Henson.
All right, Board Member Henson, second. Okay. There any discussion? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution URA 2026-002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passed, 11 with one excused absence. Okay, time is 7:04, and we are adjourned for this portion of the meeting. Reconvene the regular city council meeting. We go into executive session. Need a motion second to enter an executive session of City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, precinct 4 F and I, for the purpose of discussing a personal matter regarding the municipal court judge. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, the vote is open.
Okay, hold on, let me read it again. The motion on the floor is to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, precinct 4 F and I, for the purpose of discussion of personal matter regarding the municipal court judge. Thank you. Okay, that passes. Did you guys vote?
Mayor, if we can get your vote one last time.
Okay.
You didn't capture a vote.
I saw it come through and
There we go.
okay, that passed unanimously. Okay, we will now enter executive session. Meeting broadcast recording will remain up. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 45 minutes.
I do have a brief one. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Good evening. Appreciate this opportunity to talk to you once again about the potential for expanding our flock under their Safe Cities proposal. As you recall, this was the basis of a study session in January, and a consensus at that time was to bring this forward. January's presentation is in your packet, but this evening I thought I would just briefly touch, as it came up in the study session, on some of the successes that we've had in the police department as we have tried to leverage technology to enhance public safety. As you may recall, our pilot program with Flock really got up on online about July 1st, 2024. From July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, in the first year of the program where we had the gunshot detection and license plate readers, the total motor vehicle thefts in Commerce City were 404, and the total motor vehicle theft recoveries in Commerce City during that year were 426. I've broken those down on this slide for the thefts as well as the recoveries, both inside the 3.5 square mile area where we had the Flock LPR and outside for the remainder of the city. And you can see with regard to thefts outside the Flock area, we had 282. Thefts occurring inside was at 30% or 122. But what is a little bit telling to me is the recoveries of the 426 recovered stolen vehicles in the entire city. Over half, 53.7%, or 229 of them were recovered in the area where we had Flock, LPR, and gunshot detection. Talk a little bit about the effectiveness of our real-time crime center. And I include this because I do want to note that there's a lot of talk about just LPRs and their use in the community, but this Safe City Programs is more than just LPRs. This enhances our ability to provide public safety in a number of ways, including the additional gunshot detection, drones, and software. But with regard to the effectiveness of our real-time crime center, we began operations there January 12th of this year. We're not yet 24/7. We're open from 10 a.m. to midnight. But the DFR, the drone operations in the first month, we flew 311 missions. In 60% of those missions, or 186 instances, drone was able to respond prior to an officer. And in 69% of the missions, or 214 instances, the drone itself, just being there, was able to resolve the situation and negated the reliance on or the need for a uniformed officer to respond. This goes miles to help us relieve some of those that call burden that sits that officers need to answer throughout their day and get us to community engagement time that we spoke of in January. The Real-Time Crime Center also lodged a validated 12 Flock LPR hits. From those, 3 arrests were made, 3 vehicles were recovered, and they validated 9 gunshot detection hits, and 2 of those cases are pending. One of the other things with gunshot hits, and I talked about it a little bit in January, is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. There's this, I want to be clear that just because there's shots fired or picked up on a gunshot detection system, we might not get there timely enough to make an arrest or recover a firearm. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But in 2025, we submitted 184 cases to NIBIN. These are cases where we've recovered shell casings from a shooting scene. 52 of those cases, well, that was 48% more submissions in 2025 than 2024, largely because of the gunshot detection systems. And in 52 cases, we got a NIBIN hit. That's a success rate of 28%. And this helps us focus our efforts on investigating prolific gun crimes where we know the same gun has been used in multiple shootings. So success can look like arrests, and it can look like seized guns, or it can take the form of collecting these fired shell casings and making connections related to cases so that we can deploy our resources more efficiently. A couple of success stories. I have way more than this, but I'll just draw your attention maybe to the lower highlighted one there. You may have seen on the news recently a elderly female diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia wandered out of her home earlier, a few weeks ago, in rather cold weather, not dressed for the weather. And 24 minutes after we got the phone call from her husband, a drone located her wandering on Highway 85 and was able to get her back home safely. This is just one of many, many successes we've had as we leverage technology to try to provide better public safety. And I will also say in the last 4 months, flock technology generally has been used to safely recover at least 5 abducted children in Colorado. You may recall that we recently had an Amber Alert here in Commerce City, and thanks to some of this technology that we're using, we recovered the child 9 hours after the child was taken. So once again, really this is not just about flock LPR or taking pictures of license plates. This is an expansion of a system that will let us do a lot more with enhanced drones for our drone program, increasing the shot detection system in various parts of the city, using Flock Nova in our real-time crime center, as well as Flock 911 to potentially get drones over scenes before calls are even dispatched to officers. So with that, I'm not going to say a whole lot more. I do want to thank all the people who worked on this. There's been a great deal of work putting this together, and a lot of people are here to answer. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Our IT director's here, our finance director's here, our deputy city attorney did a lot of work on the contract, and we also have from Flock present here for any questions that you might have, Trevor Chandler. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about anything else, or at least field them to the appropriate people in the room to get you the best answer possible.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Young.
Thank you so much for all of the hard work that everyone has done and for putting all of that data together. What I heard tonight was a really voiced concern regarding trust for our law enforcement, but also for the data. I'd really like to hear you kind of tell us how you're ensuring trustworthiness, especially when it comes to the concerns about the data collected, the data shared, and what laws or regulations are you required to follow, and what's the consequence if those laws aren't followed or if the data is shared either inadvertently or intentionally. So just tell us a little bit more about that, if you would, please.
Certainly. Well, I think a lot of those concerns stem from sharing that information with immigration or federal authorities, right? And we are prohibited by Colorado law from involving ourselves in anything related to that. So we do not share that information. And I might, for purposes of getting you the best possible answer, I might invite Trevor Chandler from Flock to talk a little bit about some of the safeguards that built in, and I'd also invite our deputy city attorney who negotiated the contract and some of the provisions for any violations if that data is shared by Flock when it shouldn't be. But the bottom line on that is we do control our data. We do share it with other Colorado agencies and they share with us, but there are audit trails and certainly there could be any number of causes of action brought against us. I think we're all probably familiar in the not too distant past that the Attorney General has brought charges or filed suit against a Mesa County deputy who shared some of his information with immigration enforcement. So those are very real-world consequences. But ultimately, I would say that our staff, we take community engagement very seriously, and we take the community's trust very seriously. We heard from somebody tonight from Our Lady Mother of the Church, and it struck me that we just had our 3rd annual Day of the Dead event there recently at the tail end of last year. And one of the things I heard from some people in the community was that members of the community were scared. And I get that, and I do understand that. But I will say I don't believe they're scared of our police department. There are situations largely in the world right now that do cause a palpable amount of fear, but the turnout that we had at that event, the 2 events we hosted there before, and any number of community events that we have throughout the city make me very comfortable that Our community's not afraid of the police department. We have a lot of people in our department who were born and raised and grew up here, and we want to provide the best public safety we can, but that doesn't include any of the immigration enforcement. If anybody wanted to do that, I guess they'd be getting a federal paycheck right now instead of one from the city. So with that, maybe I'll ask our Deputy City Attorney to talk a little bit about some of the provisions that are in the contract if our data is errantly shared by Flock.
Thank you very much. Deanne Durfee, Deputy City Attorney. So what we have provided in the contract are some requirements about how data is to be managed. So we own the data. It is our data. We license the data to Flock for the purpose of them managing the contract and the services that they're going to provide. But we have specific language in the contract that requires that they have to comply with a data policy that they have about how they use our data. That's attached as an exhibit. We insisted on that being incorporated as an exhibit to the contract, which spells out that they can't share it with unauthorized persons. They have to, if they receive a request, a legal subpoena or request, they are to give us notice of it. They have to determine, first of all, whether it's a lawful order that they've been given for them to comply with and whether they can comply. They would normally direct it to us and direct the person who's asking for it to us instead of them responding to it because it's our data, not their data. If it is considered that it is jointly a response from them as well as us, they would work with us as well, and we would have the opportunity to go in and seek a protective order if we needed to, seek a court action to try and require an in-camera court inspection or to quash a subpoena if we received one. So we have those safeguards in the contract already and an expected protocol about how we will handle it if they receive a request for data that that went to them directly and did not come to us.
All right, any of the council members have questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. Thank you for pulling this data together. I appreciate it. Do we have any idea how many motor vehicles were stolen the year before?
I do not have that data right in front of me.
Okay. And the other question I had was when I visited the Real-Time Crime Center with you, which was very fascinating, of course, I mentioned that the police chief of the city of Mountain View had discovered that all of their cameras were hijacked and the information was being sent to federal government. They shut down the cameras on February 2nd. On February 24th, the city council ended the contract with Flock Safety. Did you get a chance to talk with that police chief to find out what had happened?
I did have a chance to look into that, and I might invite Trevor up as well. I'll do my best to explain what happened in this regard. City of Mountain View went with Flock, and for a 4-month period, they came online in late 2024. And essentially, where they ended up, what they had talked about and where they ended up were two different places. The permissions at that time for a Flock system, and I have a picture of what ours looks like. You could have toggled on share with federal authorities or not. And so basically, for 4 months in 2024, the settings in Mountain View were incorrect for what they wanted. They discovered that. They rectified it in late 2024, but for whatever reason, it wasn't found out or the chief didn't bring it up there until over a year later in 2026. That left the entire period of 2025 where Flock actually made some significant changes to their dashboards and how they're able to let agencies filter out information. And I might invite Trevor Chandler up here because I know he was instrumental out there in the Mountain View area, and he could probably talk more eloquently than I can about some of the safeguards that they put in place in the interim. But at the bottom line is it was the wrong settings when they started, and they were discovered. They ran the system for over a year with the correct settings before the chief decided to say he had discovered this breach from over a year ago and take the action that he did. So I do have some question marks on it doesn't seem real timely to me, but I couldn't speculate as to why that was.
Great, and I'm happy to have you speak. I happen to get 5 minutes right now, but I'm going to ask you again later probably because I was startled by what Carmen Medrano said about the 6,000, over 6,000 shares of our information, of Commerce City information that were uncovered in December of 2025. So I'll ask about that too, but I won't have time now. You can go ahead and talk about Mountain View if you'd like.
Yes, absolutely.
I will come back to that though, because I have more information on it.
Absolutely. Mayor, Council, my name is Trevor Chandler. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Flock. And as was said, in Mountain View, there was a 4-month period in 2024 where we have been unable to determine how those sharing settings were enabled. But it is important to note there was never any access by immigration agencies. And again, this was also in the previous administration. There was a national park that had access, the Postal Service, those sorts of instances. And since then, we've made significant upgrades, especially in states like California that prohibit any sharing outside of the state or any sharing with federal agencies. We have completely shut off access outside of the state of California, so those agencies can no longer even make a mistake to toggle on the wrong setting. Same with any sharing with federal agencies. No federal agencies that utilize Flock, and Flock does not have a relationship with ICE. Flock does not have a relationship with any entity under DHS, but even the agencies such as the Postal Service that utilize Flock no longer have access to national lookup and can only engage with communities or agencies that proactively agree to that data sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember.
I'll come back later.
All right, Councilmember Guadagnola.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a couple just clarifying questions. What year did Flock start in Commerce City?
I believe it was 2023 where we went to council, and I believe that was funded in 2024 and brought online in early 24, up and running by July 1st of 2024.
So City Council approved Flock in 2023, not this City Council, but the one previously,
Correct.
and approved the budget for Flock.
Yes, sir.
And what area did they approve it for?
What area?
Yeah.
Well, the initial, my recommendation after doing some research was a 3.5 square mile area that basically comes to a point at Highway 2 in Quebec and runs down to 56th and across the south end of the city.
So it's safe to say it's the core area?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason I bring this up, Ward 1 is very unique. Northern Range and Core, and I spoke with a lot of residents, and it's a very mixed feeling, but one of the key, key things that kept coming up from my Core citizens, which I grew up, is why didn't we do this in 2023? Where were the town hall meetings? Where were the public hearings? It just got approved, and now that we want to take it to the Northern Range, we have people coming from the Northern Ranges to our organizations down south, talking to residents down south and saying, hey, this is bad. But it wasn't bad in 2023 to put it in the core city. And I have an issue with that, growing up in the core, that now it's suddenly a bad thing when we want to take it up north, where I live. But in 2023, we didn't have the audience and what's happening now. And the council that was seated approved it. Another thing is Flock has faced a lot of privacy issues, concerns in other cities. What is guaranteed that they fix these things to expand it in Commerce City?
I think I would like to have Trevor address that if I could, and then maybe the deputy city attorney could also talk about some penalty provisions that are in the contract to safeguard us in the event that something happens.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor. First and foremost, I think it's important to note that the reason these conversations around sharing are happening is because Flock is the most transparent law enforcement tool in the country. We have from the very beginning provided the ability to have audit logs, transparency portals. And while these audit logs can sometimes reveal uncomfortable conversations about who's sharing, how we're sharing, whether that was intentional or not, the fact is that Flock is the most transparent tool and allows for these conversations to happen. Additionally, in the last year alone, again, we have made significant upgrades to that auditing feature to make them more user-friendly. We're rolling out proactive auditing. We've made those changes to the federal sharing so that they cannot be engaged in either the nationwide lookup or the statewide lookup. And we're providing even more intensive training to our law enforcement partners to make sure they fully understand the sharing settings and make sure that we're doing ongoing education as part of those. And this is something that we're committed to continuing to do moving forward.
And I only have a minute and 30 minutes, but I also am concerned of what the residents say about the 6,000 organizations that have our information. So just to keep in mind, is what are we doing to protect that? And where's the evidence? Because I just heard it, right? So where is the evidence or the guardrails that we are ensuring to build trust for our communities?
And what I will add is your community is in full control of who you share with. So Flock does not make any sharing decisions. So, we have some communities that choose to share with no one. We have some communities that choose to share just within their state or just within their direct region. Some do choose to share nationwide because if a child goes missing, they want to look everywhere for that missing child. But that is not a decision Flock makes. It is solely within the jurisdiction of your community and your agency on who your department shares with.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Trevor, can you come back up again, please? So I guess some of the questions I have, and this also goes probably to the chief too, is what, can you address the privacy concerns that has been raised in Denver that led to their contract being terminated? Can you talk about that?
Yes, I mean, the broader conversation around the privacy concerns were really centered around a 3 to 4 month pilot that did happen with both Customs and Border Patrol and with the Homeland Security investigations. Those we fully accept were not communicated properly or not communicated internally or externally the way they should have. We were asked, do you have a contract with CBP? And that was true that we did not have a contract. But our CEO took full responsibility that it didn't mean just contract, it meant any relationship. And we should have been better about that. Those pilots were in relation to human trafficking and narco trafficking. They have since ended. And as a result of the conversation around those pilots, because they did have access to National Lookup at that time, which is one of the reasons it showed up on all the audit reports that we're seeing now, is the reason we put the additional restrictions on any federal agency that decides to partner with Flock, so that, again, if they do want to partner with a municipality or agency, that agency has to specifically accept and opt into that relationship.
Thank you very much. Chief, my question to you is regarding a couple of things. I heard the word sharing. And I think within Flock that within our system, right, with license, we strictly do license plate reading and also vehicle detection. Is that correct? Or is there something of that nature?
License plate reading and what? I'm sorry.
I think some sort of like a vehicle type of detection.
Well, there are some modules that can do that, yes. The looking for a green car, that sort of thing, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have that, and then we do have the LPR. And we do share with other communities in the state. It was probably 3 weeks ago that there was an armed robbery in Northglenn. And the car that they put into their Flock system and shared with us, because it's reciprocal, we picked that up on one of our readers, put a drone up, and we solved their robbery that night and apprehended their bad guy.
So with regards to that data sharing that we do share across other municipalities and all that, are they under the same contract terms as us? Basically stating that, for example, you're looking for a green car that we share with one municipality, that they can't just go off and say, oh, we're going to share this with
there is
federal
an
agents
trail,
or whatever
yes,
the case is.
They do have to, there are some safeguards there. There is an audit trail. And ultimately, any of these agencies that we share with in Colorado are bound by the same law that we are.
So yeah, can you go more into depth about that Colorado law to what exactly is that? And can you give me a summary of that?
Well, it essentially just bars Colorado law enforcement from taking part in or helping out immigration enforcement with any of their civil immigration operations.
Unless there's a federal warrant or something of that nature, something like that, or?
There's probably some qualifiers on that, but broadly, the civil immigration detainers and work of that nature, all law enforcement agencies in Colorado are barred from engaging.
So with flock, actually, if there's a look to go ahead and increase flock up in the northern part of the city, can you explain as far as like what problems or what crimes could that solve?
Oh gosh, that could do any number of things for us, right? The shot spotters up there could help us increase and identify more gun violence, gun use, whether we apprehend somebody or collect shell casings with regard to the LPR usage. That's not just for recovering stolen vehicles. If there is a crime or a theft that occurs, let's say somebody robs a bank up north and there's a plate, a real-time crime center can put that into the system without delay, and Flock can show us that. We had a gentleman earlier today talk about the gold cattle. Well, I don't know that he gave the name of it. It's a Escalade truck. We're very familiar with it. It's Porch Pirates. We have the plate, and that has been assigned and is being actively investigated. But having LPRs in the northern range, that could tell us very easily. You know, if we put one at 104th and Chambers, hey, there's the Porch Pirate Escalade right there at 104th and Chambers.
Okay, one last question before my time is up here. With regards to data, where exactly is that data being stored?
It's being stored on the AWS GovCloud, so they're all American-based storage, held to CJIS standards across the U.S.
Thank you.
All right. I still got some for first round before I go to second round. Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have two questions, but Councilman Guardiola actually asked one of them relating to when we first started Flock, which was in 2023. And that's a very important question because I do think that our community deserves honest conversation about that, and they deserve consistency and transparency in our decision-making. But I do have one additional question relating to data, and that relates to whether or not this data is encrypted and that might be for us too, I think maybe with Flock as well as our IT folks here at the city.
We do have our IT director here that can speak to that.
Wonderful.
And on the Flock end, Trevor can.
Yeah, while we wait for the director, all data collected on Flock cameras is encrypted at rest and in transit. It's encrypted to CJIS standards, which is the FBI criminal justice. And we also use SOC 2 Type 2, SOC 3 auditing to maintain full compliance with the system. Happy to go into more detail, but yes, fully CJIS compliant.
Thank you.
Hi, Tiffany Chacon, Director of IT. Yeah, so this Flock does meet the SOC 2 NIST and CJIS compliance for encrypted data at rest and in transit.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of my questions actually have been answered. One is the data encryption. That's critical as you think about, it was mentioned, in rest and in process. The guardrails that we mentioned, I've heard from our deputy city attorney that there's guardrails in place with data, that we own it, and we have the ability to identify who we share with and who we don't share with, and that's a part of the contract. The other question I have is, like City Manager Rogers, was this contract provided for public?
Yes, a fully defined and terms and condition contract was provided to the public.
As a part of our public packet, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So as a part of the meeting tonight that it's transparent, a number of people can read that contract to see these data guardrails that are in place. That's been transparent. So that was one of my questions. The other big piece is actually brought up by Councilmember Guardiola around the contract for Flock itself. It was approved in 2023, around $274,000, and then approved in 2024, right? And then approved in 2025 for this year as we're discussing it. So it has been a dialogue. This is not new in terms of contract approval for Flock. So I think just following up with Councilmember Trujillo, it's important to know that this conversation has been a part of our budget conversations the last 2 years, and it's not until now that it's a big issue as we think about expanding it, which I understand that's important because we're thinking about expansion. But if we look at the total cost, City Manager Rogers, this is per year, maybe $500,000 per year, in addition to the maybe $300,000 that we already have.
Correct. There are a number of different funding sources. Finance director can probably speak to the granularity of that, but when you look at the different sources that aren't being covered by federal grants or federal forfeiture funds, our unassigned general fund balance will have to cover for this year in the range of 280 some odd thousand, and then it will jump to 500,000 with some level of inflation to the end of the contract.
And I guess my point here is that this has been a part of our budget, as a part of the police budget, as well as our budget moving forward, have public safety infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have a public safety infrastructure CIP fund.
The other question I have, if we jump to slide 3, Police Chief, can you explain what I'm seeing here, and I'm trying to get this correct, that in areas where Flock is located, there is less thefts of vehicles. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct? Less vehicle thefts?
Yes.
Slide 3. Sorry.
I would say that that is what you're seeing, but I would also say that there is some disproportionateness here because this 3.5 square mile area where we have Flock is part of a 36 square mile city.
Okay.
So we would anticipate to have I think ideally, or not ideally, we'd have no theft, but if we were to meet it out evenly across the city, it should be around 9.7%.
Okay.
So it is higher, but higher than it should be. But yes, what you're seeing is it's less in that area.
So could we infer that Flock is causing a deterrent for maybe more thefts in some of these areas? Or is that too much?
I think that's without maybe another year of data, I would be a little uncomfortable saying that. But I would say anecdotally from my experience, looking at the recoveries, over half the recoveries in 36 square mile city happen in 3.5 square miles where we have license plate readers.
Okay.
I would say that's telling.
Well, and you mentioned something, I think Councilmember Young mentioned a question about trust, and we actively see our police in the community, whether it's Santa filling the SWAT car or meeting the Day of the Dead. Why is that important? Again, can you state that, why that's important?
Well, to our department, I mean, for us to have any degree of legitimacy in their community, we need to be trusted by the community. So we take every opportunity to build that. When we first rolled out Flock, we were very transparent. We spoke about the transparency page, and I often talk about the various ways that we're trying to share and be transparent with the community. That includes our DFR program when that rolled out, and having some transparency there as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just one last question for going on second round. Like, it's a silly question, but we're not Mountain View, right? It's CCPD and it's not Denver PD. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we are CCPD with our expertise and our standards led by you, which we haven't had any issues with Flock in the South. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval, did you have a question?
Yes, sorry, I keep indicating a request to speak and a request not to because I've had a lot of these same questions. One of the questions that I still have remaining is how many end users do we have authorized at the moment, and is that intended to increase as a result of expanding this? Can you speak a little bit on that?
Can you tell me what you mean by end users? Are you speaking of people who have access to the data in the department?
Yeah, so in the contract, 3.1 customer obligations specifically says Flock will assist customer authorized end users in the creation of user ID. So access to the system, how many end users do we have?
That would be some folks from our IT department and then the sworn members of our police department. And it will grow as we grow, but I would say right now, probably somewhere in the realm of 140. But I would point out that the users on our end have various levels of access. So as far as the users who can toggle what we share and what we don't share, I believe we only have 3 of them. 2 are commanders who work for me, and 1 is our IT director. But there's various levels down from there. And part of the reason that we have the end users is we didn't have our real-time crime center up until January. So as we had Flock over the last 2 years, we would monitor it, but that monitoring would be done either through our dispatch center or through on-duty personnel through an application that Flock has. So some of the calls might have been missed, but they do have an opportunity to monitor that through their phone. And for the first 2 years, this success has been predicated on not even having a dedicated personnel to monitor our Flock systems and relay information, which we do have in place now.
Councilman Sandoval, you done?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, no problem. Thank you. All right, Chief, thank you very much for the information you have given us so far. I've talked to a lot of people about our system, and maybe this is a question for our finance department. Do we have some here? Yeah, finance department asked a question about, last year we had our budget retreat. We talked about the Flock camera system. I'm trying to remember what that amount was that we approved last year for the police department with the Flock cameras.
Currently in the 2026 budget for the status quo of Flock, the initial implementation just in the core city, it's about $237,000 we have included in the IT budget.
Okay. Number came up 500 and some $1,000. Was there additional money that was to add up to 500,000 for the 2026 budget?
Not for the 26 budget, I don't believe.
Okay.
And we included a 5-year funding plan in the packet.
Right.
If we can pull that up, that'll remind everyone.
Yeah, I just want to be clear because it wasn't, I heard $500,000 and it was 200 something $1,000. So is someone going to put a slide up for, show the breakdown? The slide shows the breakdown of what they're asking for the Flock system. I know, but came up at $500,000. What we approved last year was $236,000. Okay, thank you. So for the IT department, so you said it was 236,000 for 2026, correct?
So in the 2026 column, if you look at that first green number, the 274,800, that's what we currently have budgeted within the IT budget for Flock. And then all the numbers below that to equal the 912,000, which would be needed in 26 to cover the proposed expansion, outweighs the other multiple funding sources for that.
Right. Okay, thank you, appreciate that. My next question is.
Point of information on that. The additional funding is for the expansion, correct? So we need additional funding for expansion.
Absolutely. Everything beyond the 274,800, which is included in the proposed ordinance before you tonight on first reading to cover the proposed Flock expansion. It's between 600,000 and 700,000 additional, plus that 274,800 would equal the 912,095 needed for year one, which would be 26.
So for the expansion, I guess that was the point of clarification that I brought up, the 500,000. It's going to cost around, for the expansion, around $600,000 for the expansion.
Absolutely. And unique to 26, we currently have 250,952 in surplus public safety IT project funding. That is only available this year. That's not a recurring funding source. So that's why the general fund unassigned fund balance commitment goes up after 26.
Thank you. And that, I guess the question around 500,000, because I ballparked that this is a funding gap, that when we expand it, this is not a new budget request. We're expanding it. That's going to have additional dollars. That's the point I was making.
Absolutely. So the additional funding, if I recall correctly in the ordinance, it's about 609,000 and change that's needed to fund the gap beyond what we currently have programmed.
All right, thank you. I want to reclaim my time. Could you put on 2 minutes and 16 seconds, please? Okay, thank you, Steve, appreciate that. My other question is, being so that, I know we had a flag system, and I did visit the real-time crime center as well, and I do see it's a very valuable tool. But as the increase, City of Denver went away from Flock. Why didn't we go out for a bid to see what other competitor we had? Because there are like products. It's just not Flock. Flock is kind of like Kleenex, it's tissue. And these are cameras. There's other successful companies as well. Why didn't we go out for bid?
Well, that's a great question, Mayor. Thank you. The Safe Cities in September of last year, Flock actually came to us. They knew that we were working on our real-time crime center. That's a space that they have experience in. And they actually approached us in September with 3 different Safe Cities proposal. And the nature of those proposals were such that we could essentially bundle a whole lot of software and services from Flock, get the use of all those up front. And the way they were originally laid out was that the pricing started off quite low and incrementally increased over the course of 5 years with not necessarily a balloon payment in the 5th year, but a much bigger a payment in year 5. And it would basically allow us to have all of those things at once, but pay incrementally. During the course of looking at our needs and discussions with the city manager's office and with my staff, we looked over the different proposals and said, well, the least expensive proposal is one that might suit our needs, but in some meetings with finance and with IT, we determined that it might suit our budgeting purposes better to have, rather than that escalated payment, to have equal payments throughout the 5 years. But ultimately, it's the same price. But that's kind of a longer answer to your question. Flock came to us with this proposal, and it's about a 37% discount off of what we would be getting if we just went to Flock and said, let's do this. Then that price tag would be over $6 million. But they're pushing their Safe Cities and wanted us to be a part of that, thereby offering us some incentive.
Okay, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for some additional refinement to that, when they approached us in September with their proposal, we did bring a team of different individuals around the table, some that are speaking tonight within the city attorney's office, our IT, as well as finance, to conduct an internal review about certain due diligence around procurement policy process, as well as funding sources and necessary approvals in order to move forward, whether it be with Flock or any other entity. One of the, I'll call it, threshold questions that needed to be answered was, what would be the appropriate procurement process to engage in, whether one being competitive or allowance under our cooperative purchasing procurement process, which if there has been a process conducted by other entities that have been established through an accepted practice, we're then able to leverage that process to our benefit in being able to purchase equipment. We have typically done that for some of our PW equipment and PD vehicles. That allows for it to be more efficient and effective and expedient, as well as less costly in that process for us as well. So after an internal review, we were able to determine that we could go through a cooperative purchasing process for this to be able to advance, given that we already had gone through a similar determination back in 2023, and that the cooperative purchase that we were able to leverage was still within our accepted practice.
Okay, thank you. All right, on the second round, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I want to be abundantly clear. I put out a poll in my ward. I am a ward representative. I represent Ward 4. I wanted to know how my ward felt about having surveillance cameras in the ward. So I asked them specifically, yes, do you support? No, do you oppose? That's certainly an opportunity available to any other board representative. I thought it was important to do. I wanted to get a bead on what they thought about it because the surveillance cameras might be coming to Ward 4. They were currently in Ward 1. And I will tell you very specifically also that I made clear when I had the opportunity in comments to say that I did vote for flock cameras in 2023. Based on the argument that 40% of the calls came from 14% of the area of Commerce City. That sounded like a pretty dangerous area to me. But I'll tell you one thing, I have learned since we have new leadership in Washington, D.C., that this is a very dangerous time when it comes to security and privacy. And I have lots and lots of friends in South Commerce City who I worry about desperately because they are vulnerable. And that is unfair. And I don't want to do anything that would help them or hurt them in any fashion. And that applies to anyone in Ward 4 as well. And I want to say that I asked Carmen Medrano for the information that she referred to when she spoke earlier. Thornton did an audit, and Glenwood Springs did an audit. And when they do an audit, everybody gets pulled up. All the different cities get pulled up. This is from Councilmember Parati, I don't know how to pronounce her name, I apologize. She says, I have information from the Thornton audit logs, there is a link, as recently as December 2025, that Commerce City Police Department was sharing its flock data across 5,785 networks and over 86,000 cameras. That means police departments from across the country, including in states where collaboration with ICE is mandated by state law, have open access to Commerce City flock data. There is also a screenshot sample attached here from a December 2025 report detailing how 6,374 networks searched Commerce City's flock system just 2 months ago. This is in contrast to Denver, who went to the trouble of actually canceling their flock safety system. And they had 256 jurisdictions in the same time frame, not 6,374, but 256, that many fewer. That is very concerning to me, Chief, and I don't understand why we're getting this huge disconnect on whether this information is available elsewhere or not. Earlier, we had people ask for an audit, and I think we most definitely need an audit of what's occurred in 24, 25, and up to this point. When I did the poll, I had 488 people reply, 488. Of that, 60% said no, they don't want it. 33% said yes. And 7% said lots of other things as well, such as, why don't you fix our roads? Why don't you put 112 through? Yes, I want safety. Lots of other things were stated by people as well, along with a lot of comments. There are a lot of smart comments on both sides, whether they were for it or against it. I didn't characterize in my poll whether it was controversial. I didn't characterize it as something I was opposed to. I asked a straightforward question and said it was on the agenda for Monday night. at 11:10 p.m.? If this is something we should be proud of, why are we putting it on the agenda at 11:10 p.m.? That's why I had it moved to 8 p.m., so at least it's being done in the light of day. No matter what the vote is, at least it's done in the light of day so that our residents, our community members, the people of Commerce City can see us have this conversation about this entire situation. For me, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages.
City Manager Rogers, do you have?
So I have a question for the Mayor Pro Tem. Are you seeking answers, or are you just simply making statements, ma'am?
Thank you very much for your question, City Manager Rogers. I had 5 minutes and I had a lot of things to cover. I figured if anybody wanted to address it, they would, and they could do it outside of those 5 minutes. So if you or the chief want to address why these logs do not match up with what we're hearing with flock safety in terms of how much information has actually been revealed to other jurisdictions, then I would like to hear it, because there were audits done in in Glenwood Springs and Thornton, and our data is in it.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor, point of order, we had 5 minutes.
It was a
to ask
question, Councilmember, please don't. It was a question, the city manager asked her a question, okay, whether it was a comment or a statement or a question.
I just would ask
So
that we have the same
yes, we can, but
standards for
it
anyone
was
with
a
5
question.
minutes.
Now, you cut me off, okay?
It's a point of order, Mayor.
No, point of order. He was clarifying from the city manager. The city manager was directly towards Mayor Pro Tem, okay? It's not about another 5 minutes. She was clarifying. He was asked for clarification.
Mayor, that was after the 5 minutes was up.
Yes, it was. He asked. I called on him and he asked what that question was. I did not know he was going to ask her a question within her 5 minutes. That's the difference. Please finish. Mayor Pro Tem, are you done?
She's done.
No, if they wish to answer, I'd like to hear.
And point of order, Mayor, as a part of council policy, one of our policies states that we should not be blindsided. City Manager Rogers, did you receive this data information prior to this meeting?
No.
So this is, according to council policy, a blindside.
No, it's not a blind side. It was a question. We are all asking questions right now. It's on the agenda.
Point of order,
It's time for you to
Mayor.
ask questions. Point of order.
Part of the policy
okay?
is that we should not be blindsided.
Well-
Not providing a city manager or a police chief with adequate data to respond to is a blindside.
No, it's not a blind side. We're asking questions right now. I didn't provide my questions before. That's
She's
not
asking-
blindsided.
Point of order, Mayor. She is asking the city manager to provide a response on data he has not seen, he has not been able to vet. We don't even know if this data is accurate.
The city
And
manager,
according to council policy, city attorney Zarzaki,
the city manager
We
asked
talk-
her, okay?
point of information.
Point of
Excuse
information.
me, point of information. It's in a letter that we received from Oon, Colorado, early this morning from many, many organizations, and that letter is in our council packet.
Point of information.
You can read it in the council packet, and the city manager has that
City
information
attorney,
too.
Point of information. When we ask for a point of information, is it to be clarified from the person asking, or is it to ask for expertise to give the information? Can you clarify that?
Can you please restate that question?
So if there's a point of information called by a council member, it is not for me to share information. It is to ask for information from the respective staff member. Is that correct?
That is correct.
According to Bob's rules, is that correct?
Correct.
So the point of information I have tonight for the city attorney is, can you clarify our council policy about being blindsided?
I can pull it up.
Or
There-
can you pull it up?
Sure. Give me one moment, please. I believe the language that you are referring to resides in council policy, one second, CP2. It does not say the word blindside specifically, but it does say council members and staff members will not surprise each other in public. If there's an issue or a question a council member has on an agenda item, that member will contact the city manager or staff prior to the meeting.
And
That's
so,
right. So there's been a lot of blind signs in the last couple months. So for you to bring this forward, no, Councilmember Dukes.
point of order, Mayor.
Don't contradict yourself because you've done that yourself.
Mayor, point of order tonight. Based on council policy, this data question should have been brought by and presented to our city manager prior to our meeting tonight, so that they have an opportunity to look at the data and provide a response. As far as the speculation of being blindsided over the last couple of years, I'm talking about
I
tonight.
didn't say a couple of years, I said a couple of months.
According to Bob's Rules of Order, which we all adopted,
That's right.
a city council member can ask for a point of order, as well as ask for a point of information.
And Mayor Pro Tem Noble, didn't you provide that information earlier?
Point of order. We all received a letter this morning. It is from Together Colorado, United New Economy, CERC, Cultivando, ACLU, American Friends Service Committee, Centro de los Trabajadores, Colorado Union, a union, Working Families, another union, and another union. 3 unions on top of it. And in this letter, it happens to have not only Denver, while others like Glenwood Springs have undergone thorough audits and enacted extensive safeguards, it is a hyperlink. Denver enacted numerous transparency safeguards with Flock, and just this week announced that the city will not renew its Flock contract in numerous public audits and warnings from the Denver auditor, another hyperlink, that Flock's business model could create liability in the city, county of Denver. Finally, according to the latest available audit from another jurisdiction, also a hyperlink, as of December 2025, Flock was sharing Commerce City surveillance data with over 6,300 law enforcement agencies across the country. That data sharing came without safeguards, ensuring that those agencies were not using our community's data without our consent. These are all hyperlinks. They are all in a letter that is attached to the public agenda that was published earlier. The letter was in by noon, which gives anyone plenty of time to look at it. I didn't surprise anything with anyone. I didn't surprise anyone with anything. This is information that we each received at the same time. It's whether you read it or not is a question.
City Attorney, was that information turned in as stated, our City Clerk, by noon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yes, I received several emails from Mayor Pro Tem this morning. We did issue a revised agenda early this afternoon, and then a second revised agenda mid-afternoon to add a couple of more comments as well.
Okay. And City Attorney, that's all you need when a City Clerk gets information prior to noon and it gets revised, it becomes record, part of the record, correct?
I don't know what the historical process is. I do know that the agenda was amended to include those comments, so that it is on the public agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to acknowledge that there has been some negative press surrounding this technology. And I do have a question around this. But I think it's really important for us to understand that not all relevant facts and context are presented in public news reports, and what applies to other cities does not necessarily fit our circumstances or our contract that we have before us tonight. Question, is there anybody in this room that has any information relating to any other municipalities that have been mentioned
their contract around data sharing, data privacy. Anybody here have any information? Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a few things, I guess I think about. I heard the discussion was surrounding, yep, you're right. This council did approve Flock back in 2023, and I was on that, and I'm all for it because it's public safety. But across the country as well, when you look at data since 2024, what has happened with Flock? Charlottesville just recently ended their Flock surveillance cameras. We had immigration and reproductive health care concerns. We had surveillance of political protest. I'm not saying that has happened here in Commerce City with Commerce City PD, by no means. So the landscape does change. It does change. It changes the fact that, you know, we think about 23, great idea. It's worked out so well in the southern part. Why don't we expand it in the north? Absolutely agree. But then there's been other stuff that has come up since then, whether it's other municipalities, whether it's, you know, and I'm not saying it's happened here at CCPD within Commerce City, but you hear it across the country. I guess and then I also look at this budget number, the unassigned general fund balance. We're looking at spending about, in total for the next 5 years, approximately $2.1 million out of our unassigned general fund balance. You hear it from residents as well with regards to, why don't we fix what we got already? Not against CCPD, not against the police department, by no means I'm not. Hell, I'm all for the substation altogether, right? But what about the things that we do need to fix? What about the things that we could be potentially working at rather than spending the $4.5 million on this? So I guess my question to Chief, and this is kind of an important one for me, is what assurances will be made to residents that are fearful of a surveillance state?
No, absolutely, and it's a great question, and I will say, you know, I can't speak for the Denvers or other organizations. I will tell you that our credibility with our community is paramount to us because that is the source of our legitimacy as we police in this community day to day. Any of the data sharing that comes up, I certainly don't want it shared in some fashion that it shouldn't be, and that's very clear to the two commanders that I have who administer our program, and it's something that our IT director knows well. So perhaps there are areas where, you know, maybe there wasn't as careful of attention paid to some of those settings in Flock, and some things were shared. We don't want to be that department. We're not going to be that department. I think the Deputy City Attorney has done a lot of work with regard to this contract to ferret out answers to a whole lot of different questions that have plagued some of these other agencies and resolve them to a sufficient degree. And I also think that you know, particularly with the Mountain View or some of the other examples, you know, Flock is a business and they are evolving like any business does. And certainly a business who wants to do business in a state where your customer is a law enforcement organization that's prohibited by law from sharing information with ICE is going to comport their business model and develop it in a way that makes sure that that can't happen. Because then they do lose business, and we have seen that. So to me, I will just say, we're not one of those departments. I can't speak to those departments. I can speak to Commerce City PD and our desire to make sure that we get it right, to be transparent with our community, and to not share things inappropriately.
So 2 questions, I'm going to throw it at you because I got less than a minute left, right? So number 1 is, what systems or safeguards are in place to prevent data from being shared outside of CCPD, number 1. And number 2 is that since the inception of Flock within Commerce City, have we had any mishandlings, any issues, whether it be within internal to the police department or potentially outside of that?
We have safeguards in place both in policy that governs the conduct of our folks, as well as in the software and technically, I guess, behind the scenes with what we share. So a couple of different safeguards. There's also safeguards built into the contract. I think there's, and I might invite the deputy city attorney to speak to the provisions for them errantly sharing our data. And, I think there's a $100,000 per incident.
One last thing, one last question before, I'm gonna throw this out there now, is the fact that facial recognition is available in Flock, but do we have that?
We do not, and I don't believe, I've never seen it in our.
Okay.
I don't know that it is available in Flock. I'm being.
I don't know if
Trevor,
it is
they
or
do
not.
not have facial recognition.
No, we do not have Flock. No, we do not use facial recognition under state law. Facial recognition requires a public notification and public hearing, specifically denoting the use of that by any authority and body. And even within that, there are still additional strictures in place of how you can use facial recognition from a law enforcement perspective. But Deputy City Attorney Durfee, if you would like.
So absolutely, there is state law about how you can use, what we would have to do if we were going to use facial recognition. The definition of facial recognition is when you are taking photographs of persons and you're comparing against a gallery of known identities, and that's not what any of the technology that we're using with this Flock contract does. So we are not utilizing what would be under the state law facial recognition for this contract.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple more questions. Actually, Councilmember Kim answered about the face recognition. That was the big concern I've heard from residents. The other question I had was about, can you explain, Chief, the Citizens Police Academy as Flock talked about during this Citizens Police Academy, and what is it?
I'm sorry, I'm
Police Advisory Academy? Board, sorry. Citizens Police Advisory Board.
Okay.
Can you explain how that is, if residents have concerns about policing and how Flock is incorporated with this advisory board?
Sure. Well, we do, I meet monthly with the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board. That's a board appointed by a council, and they exist to give us input, and we share the developments of our department and things that are on their mind with us. And we have a great relationship and seek their guidance and what's important to them as we move forward with a lot of things that we've done over the last few years, from not just our real-time crime center, but our crime prevention unit and how we operate in the community. So certainly we meet monthly, and I know I believe there's slots available still on the board for any citizen who'd be interested in serving.
So if citizens are interested in serving a part of the advisory board to understand how CCPD polices our city or supports our city, this is an area that is transparent and open, correct?
Absolutely.
The other question I received about, this is for City Manager Rogers, it's in terms of the budget. There might be misunderstanding that we can't have police infrastructure and provide infrastructure for transportation and roads. And my question here is, as I recall, we increased our budget to about $1 million a year to provide infrastructure for deferred maintenance and transportation and roads. Is that correct, a part of our budget?
Yes.
So we are moving forward with deferred maintenance across the whole city in the amount of about $1 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we are looking at funding dollars for Flock at the same time.
Correct.
A last question for our police chief. You mentioned the idea of being able to use Flock to catch porch pirates or people in vehicles doing criminal activity. And I know the idea of broken window syndrome got brought up today. And its essence is that if there's more crime in some areas that go unanswered for a long period of time, there might be more crime. Can you connect the dots there? Like, how can Flock help deter crime if we move forward with this, right? And align to like the benefits of like reducing the idea of broken window syndrome?
Sure. Well, Again, this is not just the Flock LPR. The Safe City expansion addresses any number of criminal activities, but the porch pirate example being one of them. You know, where we do have vehicles that we want or that we want to introduce ourselves to, we have the opportunity to enter that into a hot sheet, and any Flock LPR that we operate will let us know right when that vehicle shows up there. With the drones, we're able to get drones up, and we've had a lot of success getting drones over vehicles that we wanted to see or introduce ourselves to the occupants and wait for them to stop and not risk chases or you know, push situations and create stops that might cause some level of danger to the public when we can follow that vehicle, find out where it lands. And so not just from that, but some of the quality of life issues that we encounter, some of the off-highway vehicles or other vehicles using drones that might be a little bit faster or have a little bit more capability than the ones we have now to follow those people home if we get complaints. Again, we don't ever launch a drone to go find somebody doing anything wrong. They're all in response to calls for service. But those capabilities are almost limitless in what we can do and safe ways to resolve situations, from identifying porch pirates to the quality of life type issues.
Thank you. So that increased presence across the whole city could actually make us a safer city? Is that maybe deters crime? Is that?
I believe it is, and I believe it will. And while it's anecdotal, I was speaking to one of my detectives the other day who mentioned off the cuff that he's recently interviewed 2 suspects in different cases who've just said they're not coming to Commerce City anymore.
Mayor, if I may, there was a misremembrance of what the dollars were increased. The finance director reminded me that we actually increased 1A projects around roads to actually 2 million over that, not 1 million.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval.
I just want to make a statement just so that it's very clear on where I stand. As a Latina, as a family member that has undocumented individuals, I understand the concerns regarding protection of data and protecting communities. We've received a lot of commentary, but I also see the huge benefit of having a system in place in order to reduce crime and solve criminal activity. We've seen that throughout our city, and ultimately our concern is public safety. For me, I ask that people understand that this is not an easy conversation. This is not an easy topic to make a decision on, and we're doing it with the most care and consideration for individuals, our residents, and the importance of that in protecting each of our residents. And the fact that we've ensured that conversation is also shared with our city staffs and our police department so that they're all on the same page is highly important. The other thing is we have individuals that protect us through decision-making at the state level, and it's important to also thank them as a level of protection, and that kind of adds a safeguard to some of the concerns that we have. I think that looking at this contract, we've hashed a lot of issues. Yes, there's fear, and it's okay to be fearful. It's also okay to have trust, and trust is highly important in this situation. I just want to make that statement because it's not an easy decision to make, but I ask for your trust. That's all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. My question is this: since Trevor had mentioned that Flock Safety allows you to lock out other agencies, you can share your data with a limited number or no one. What is your policy? I mean, we have a contract. The contract before us is with Flock Safety, and that is very detailed, as Deputy City Attorney Durfee mentioned. However, that does not reflect policies that the city council might have or policies that the city might need. So what is it what is your policy for who you share the flock information with from the current 3.5 mile square area?
Well, I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that reciprocal sharing is at heart one of the things that makes Flock work. If Northglenn didn't share with us and we didn't share with Northglenn, we would not have solved the robbery that they had a couple of weeks ago, because they wouldn't have pushed that data out. So we have to be thoughtful in who we share with. And from my perspective, it's relatively easy when we look at departments within Colorado, because we're all bound by the same state law. So we do have reciprocal sharing agreements with a number of different municipalities in Colorado, but they're all bound by the same state law.
What about out of state?
We do share with some out of state, but many states are bound by the same law. And with some of the enhancements, some of the back end sort of work that Flock has done to prevent the downstream sharing, so to speak, of any of our information with federal authorities. We don't share our information with any of the federal authorities just because we're prohibited in some cases, and it's best not to.
Do you share information with agencies in any state that does not have the same rules about cooperating with ICE?
Ma'am, I'm not sure I'm that familiar with all the state's rules on sharing information. I will say there's audit trails. We have done a great deal of due diligence and checked, but no, as I mentioned before, we have no desire to share our information with ICE or share it with anybody who would want to share that information with ICE.
It does sound to me then that it would be helpful if there were written policies in place on the city's level. And again, as noted before, as one of our speakers noted, an audit to see where this information has been shared might be helpful. As you point out, it's only 3.5 square miles, and we're now talking about a 36 square mile city. So that's a heck of a lot more people, a heck of a lot more vehicles. It's going to be quite a different situation moving forward if it's approved, and it sounds like that would be the case. So I hope that my colleagues will at least consider putting some policies in place on the city level, and also doing an audit to find out where these have gone. It would be helpful if we had the audit before we did another agreement and expanded it throughout the entire city. That would seem to make sense to me. But that's a chicken and egg problem, I suppose, and here we are tonight. I do think it should be delayed until we have an audit. I do think it should be delayed until we have policies in place.
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to qualify that, if we're talking about policies around operations, this being particularly around PD, that would be an administrative policy, effectively under my governance and having to review and move forward. But I do have a question of the chief, and I think it's pertinent around the reciprocal data sharing, and that those arrangements around reciprocal data sharing have been in place before we've had Flock a part of our toolkit.
Yes.
So the data sharing and our arrangements that we have of other law enforcement entities within the state of Colorado, in which they are bound by law, and as which ones you are as well, have been in place, whether it has been around license plate readers, cameras, pan, tilt, zoom, but it could be to everything with respect to the types of media and collateral that we use in the investigatory practices of law enforcement.
Yes.
Thank you.
And can I, just for council's benefit, would like to just offer one thing, and I don't know if I said it in the January study session, but we talk a lot about using data and being able to put Chief Guadnola in Chief Guadnola's car at 72nd and Quebec, and maybe sharing that data errantly or otherwise But there are a tremendous number of private entities for banks who finance vehicles. You may have seen private cars with the LPRs mounted on top of them, and all they do is drive up and down the streets, and they are looking for cars that they repo or that could be repoed. And all of this information is commercially available to the federal government, to any government who wants to buy it. So while I think there is legitimate concern with regard to this issue, to put it in context, any information that I have might put a car at a location at a certain time. The commercially available data that could be purchased from some of these other companies puts cars in driveways time after time as they drive by. So I just want to make that clear. If someone is trying to look for a vehicle in the federal government or otherwise, there are data sources out there that are far removed from anything that we would have on our flock system, and could easily much more identify where that car is most of the time just through that commercial resource.
Thank you, Chief. I had a question. Now, when this was first approved in 2023, I know in 9/18, the City Council spoke about this. It was on the agenda. And if it was approved that night, or it says that it would take effect December of 2023. Is that correct?
I would have to look, but if you're referencing it, that sounds about right, yes, sir.
All right. And then at that time, the cost was $248,800. And then for 2023 and 2024, December, and then for 2024 to 25, the cost went down to $229,000. There was a reduction in the cost. So, so I'm looking at these December timelines, and we just had, coming out of the budget last year for this year. Now we're at March now for this year. And so why bring this now instead of bringing it when we have our budget? But not only that, Democracy in Action, having a conversation with our community to see where they're at, to explain to them, because to educate them, hey, this is what's going on. Because I know this new program, we're talking 74 Falcon cameras and some other, different amounts. I'm looking at those. I don't see any line items. I just see numbers. And it's not contracted out where we can see what the cost was, for each unit. I'm not asking for that tonight. But, and we don't have, from my understanding, we don't have a policy right now in place. I cannot take a policy and give it to someone or direct them online to say, hey, here's our policy for flock. We don't have that. City Attorney, do we have any flock policy that our citizens can?
I am not aware of any administrative policy. Is there a department policy that is not online?
We have been working on building out a number of different policies relative to the Real-Time Crime Center, and that in part will hopefully dovetail into a broader effort that we're undertaking with our accreditation recently, and a move to a Power DMS platform to make all of our police department policies publicly available online. So if somebody wants to see what our drone policy is, they can certainly log on and see that. The only exception to that would be anything that might jeopardize the safety of our SWAT operations or undercover operations.
Right.
But we hope to be putting all of our policies online, and we're working to develop them as we work to stand up this center. It's been a multifaceted effort that is ongoing.
Okay. And I don't know if this is a question for Trevor, you, Chief. If this discussion was put off for a couple months and we had a discussion or town hall with our citizens, would that jeopardize this contract with Flock?
So, good question. You had asked also the question about why this is coming to you now. I will answer that first one for you, Mayor.
Yep.
Professional judgment, because when it was brought forward to us, obviously there's a level of due diligence that we had to conduct so that we would be able to feel confident that if there were questions that were asked, they can be answered. At the same time, I think you heard the chief discuss, one that we've not tried to highlight as an opportunity, because the conversation should really be around the philosophical viewpoint of utilizing and expanding a tool around or addressing the criminality within our city. But obviously there was a fiduciary opportunity of being able to save 30% from a cost perspective that aligned with having the philosophical conversation or the policy conversation and direction needed by this body for us to be able to move forward. I can't speak to whether or not the contractual arrangements that we have in place, if the decision was to push out, would remain or would change. And there would have to be, and what I mean by that being the cost of the contract going up. I feel pretty confident that the terms and the conditions that have been negotiated by the team that has spoken tonight would remain the same, but I can't speak to with some level of surety that the cost as you see up on the screen would be what would come back after some additional due diligence.
All right, appreciate that. I have 8 seconds. Trevor, since you're Flock, and this is your contract, can you answer that question? Does this jeopardize if this is not approved tonight?
Yeah, I'm not authorized to speak to the contract, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. Councilmember Trujillo, sorry.
Thank you. I think I've lost track of where we are. So are we in second comments or? Okay.
Pardon me?
Okay. I'd like to actually close the debate and move forward with the vote.
Second.
Okay. There's a vote on the floor to close the debate.
Mayor?
Yes.
Under Bob's rules, a motion to close debate requires a 2/3 vote of of council, and it is applicable when there is a motion on the floor. And I don't believe technically there is a motion on the floor yet. I believe you introduced this item, but there was no motion or a second to approve.
Correct. Okay.
So that is to say, the motion could be, I'd like to make a motion
Sure.
to approve.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2755, approving an agreement with Flock Group for the long-term lease of equipment, including license plate recognition cameras, drones, and other cameras, granting a revocable license to operate said equipment on city property, and the mayor to execute the agreement in the format attached hereto.
And just for clarification, Councilmember Trujillo, when your motion in a second is to introduce the ordinance, this is for the city clerk to read out.
Okay. So,
Councilmember Dukes?
I would like to second the motion to move forward with ordinance 2755.
Thank you. All right, the motion on the floor. So to ask for more discussion, but is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to introduce, pardon me? Well, hold on. You made the motion. Okay, and I asked for discussion, and no, hold on, no. Okay, so Councilmember Dukes asked for a second. So I asked if there was any discussion, and the board was clear. Okay, so it's okay if you add it on, but I'm just telling you what was there. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a tough discussion, and I want to echo Councilmember Sandoval's comments around the tension of, public safety infrastructure and the real fear of overstepping in any type of police unit. It is a concern across our city and outside of our city. When I think about what I heard tonight in the study session, as well as the approval for Flock in the South, there's some things that have come to mind that I just want to share out just so people understand why I am in support of this. One is we often talk about equity. And in this case, our residents in the northern range, deserve to have the same level of public safety infrastructure that everyone else in the part of the city has. When we talk about the ability to find vehicle theft and be able to look for opportunities to provide more safety, this is equity in motion. So it can't just be one part of our city. Regional coordination matters. When we think about surrounding jurisdictions that have the same technology, it is important for us to have that so that we can strengthen our ability to have more protection. Also as a deterrent, as you hear me say, deterrent. If there's other cities that choose not to participate, that's their decision. For me, public safety is paramount, and we want to have an opportunity to show deterrent for other folks, for folks that may want to commit crime in Commerce City. The third reason here is when we think about vehicle-related crimes, and again, our chief mentioned that there's a significant percentage of crimes that involve vehicle, whether it's auto theft, hit and run, suspect fleeing and scene, or the ability if someone gets their car stolen, that is a hard-working resident, and they have no opportunity to get to work. This is something that we hear constantly, whether it's meetups, social media, next door, grocery store. Vehicle break-in and criminal activity for your vehicle is your livelihood for our residents across all parts of our city. The other part is I hear tonight is documented case support. Since implementation of this technology, we've been able to assist, and our chief showed like the recovering stolen vehicles, identifying vehicles tied to crimes, and supporting regional law enforcement. This is something that we heard consistently. The last piece here is just this is a crime-solving tool, not surveillance, and I understand the concern. And I heard the concern as I went out and talked to residents across our city face-to-face around their concern about this surveillance looking into their backyard, looking into their house, and this is not that. This is license plates readers that at the same level of technology, if you drive E470, you're gonna have your license plate read. If you leave, at my job, if I leave my parking garage, my license plate is read. This is the same technology that occurs with the vehicles that we're looking at. And the police has been clear on that tonight, and this monitors everyday driving behavior, not everyday people. The last part, I just want to point, those are my 5 points, but I understand that public safety may not be the same priority for some, but it is for me. It is for the residents I talk to. It is for the families, the retirees, for everyone across the Northern Range, and it has to be a priority. And when we talk about prioritization, it was clear tonight, and I talked with the city manager, he mentioned that we are still investing $2 million into infrastructure. We can have safe roads and streets because we approved it. We decided to increase $2 million in infrastructure across our whole city, in addition to public safety and infrastructure. So on top of looking at the police substation, our flock suite of activities, not just the license plate readers, but we think about the additional drone, we think about the real-time crime center, and we think about the safeguards that we talked about with data today. This is a no-brainer for me personally and for the residents I've talked to. We have to have safer streets. We have to have safer areas for all of our residents to go. And so with that, I'll be in favor of this, and I look forward to seeing this in action.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard loudly from our constituents on both sides of this issue, and I just want to say I'm grateful for the passion and engagement from our community that brought this conversation. We've heard from residents who strongly support this technology as a tool to keep our neighborhoods safe, and we've heard from those with some reservations. Every voice did matter in this process. Beyond our constituents, we have also seen some valuable input from our Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board, whose very role is to help guide these kinds of decisions by seeking input from our citizens. Their perspective was a very important part of my deliberations. We heard directly from our Chief of Police, who presented clear data points around the proven effectiveness of this technology, not just in theory, but with real outcomes. That combination of community input, advisory board input, and professional law enforcement expertise has given me the confidence in my vote. We have seen how this technology has helped solve the crimes when a tool directly contributes to justice for victims and accountability for those who break the law. That matters. Public safety is a core responsibility for local government. I have not seen any credible evidence of misuse or cases of mistaken identity in our city associated with this technology. Many residents have raised concerns around the data privacy and sharing, which allowed us an opportunity to really think thoughtfully and address our contract with Flock. The terms in our agreement include provisions that govern this data that I am satisfied that gives us the contractual protections that reflect our city's values and provide meaningful accountability. I understand that everybody's not on the same page as this, and I do respect those concerns. Civil liberties and community trust in law enforcement are also values that I hold deeply as well, but after all of the evidence brought forward, I will be supporting and voting yes for the expansion of Flock.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noel.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I very much appreciate everyone's point of view. I appreciate the 33% who were opposed and the reasons, that were in support and the reasons why they were in Ward 4. And I appreciate the 60% who were opposed. I think that we have different views of what safety looks like. To me, safety does not look like Flock. It doesn't look like surveillance cameras. It doesn't look like anything that we don't have guardrails for. I appreciate the time and trouble that staff have gone to put together a very strict contract with Flock Safety. At the same time, I'm disappointed that we don't have transparent rules internally that give me a comfort level or that I can say to constituents of Ward 4 who are concerned that they don't have anything to be concerned about. It is obviously going to pass. It was clear at the study session that we had a couple of weeks ago where views were leaning. And so we will move forward. I guess my other concern is there an out in our contract if this doesn't work out? And more importantly, as I mentioned earlier, it would be important for us to have an audit. And as a city council, we are allowed to vote for an audit. It would be important for us to say that we want policy around privacy and security. And as a city council, we are allowed to do that. Thank you very much for everyone for caring so much about Commerce City and caring about our residents and caring about their safety. And as a matter of fact, that escalade that the chief was referring to earlier, if it weren't for the fact that residents in Ward 4 formed a posse and started tracking the escalade, started taking pictures of the escalade, tying together the drivers of the escalade. I know where the drivers live. I know where the wife works. It was an amazing effort by the residents of Ward 4. And guess what? They currently are driving around without a license plate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, we all obviously know this is gonna pass 6-3, so I'm gonna throw that number out there now, but here's where I stand. My mother and father came into the US illegally, fresh off the boat from Korea. They gave me an opportunity at this life. They allowing me to join the US military, be able to obtain a top secret SCI clearance, and everything else in between. While others are reading through scripts and all, I'm just being straight off the cuff here. Personally, yeah, I did vote for Flock back in '23, and I'm all supportive for police department. I'm still in support for the police substation, because as I've told the chief and others before, I see CCPD as a business. It's a business investment to be able to recruit the best and brightest to the police department, all in all. You know, when I think about that, and I think about the current regime that is occurring, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what people voted for. And right, we are a nonpartisan council, and this is tough. This is truly tough. But the core of myself with the current regime, with what's going on, how it's being done, I don't agree with. I really don't. I don't even know if my mother is still around. I know my father, he passed away 3 years ago. I don't even know where my mom is to this day. Don't know if she got picked up or whatever the case may be. But, and I understand that there are guardrails set up in place specific for our city. But as a Korean man sitting up here on this dais, to think about, do I just stick with, yeah, maybe we should go with Flock, but seeing it across the news with regards to cancellation of contracts because of X, Y, and Z, whatever they are, I could give two craps. But at the end of the day, I already know this will pass. But for me, I would like to see a balance. I would like to go ahead and say, how about we go back to the drawing board? How about we ensure we have policies in place? How about we go through an audit? How about we ensure we put the guardrails in place so that at some point in the future, this contract does come back up? Sure, I'm in support of it, 100%. How do we get to yes? And that's how you can get me to yes. Because right now, if there are no policies in place, there's no audits that has been conducted. There's no actual guardrails that's out there other than what has been set internally. I get it. Here we are. So if I want to be true to myself and I want to be true to the community, while a lot of people are in supportive of it and a lot of people are not in support of it, hearing it at my meetups as well about the issues going on federally, along with the fact that, you know, and also hearing both sides of it, I have to stick to my moral stance and my ground. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? All right. You know, we heard a lot tonight. I asked some, questions around policy and including our citizens, our taxpayers. And, you know, along these processes, whether it was the substation, how that process went, we were supposed to go out and have a community event with the public to have a discussion, a town hall by itself. We didn't have that. When it comes to this information, I just had a coffee with the mayor this weekend, and there was people who said, yeah, you know, I want this system. I would like to, you know, I'm behind this. And then I had a lot of people say the opposite. And so where I stand is we didn't put the people first. We put them last. That says a lot. And we didn't think about them. We're going to go ahead and approve this without putting them in the forefront to say, hey, let's have a conversation. Good, bad, or ugly. This is how things are going to go. We deployed this in the South, and I know when this is first brought up, I wasn't part of the council then, but then I got on after decision was made, and then came to the next year about Flock, and there was a report out and everything, and I asked, why don't we have it? Why is it in the South? Why can't we put it in the North? Well, they had to start somewhere, and they said, we're going to put it in the North. I'm starting in the South, because that's where a lot of illegal activities were happening, gunshots and everything like that. And yes, there have, we're right next to, we are a first-tier city next to Denver. We're gonna have that overflow, and we're gonna have that activity because we're close to Denver. If something's happening there, they're gonna come right over here. Aurora, same thing. That's just how things work. But we always have to have in mind the citizens who we're going to use this to protect them and make sure their safety. There's a lot of things that happen up north. I'm not saying it's a perfect situation at all. There are things happening up north, and this is a tool in the toolbox that easily could take care of some of these situations. It's not a perfect situation, but we missed a step. We didn't go to the community first to have this conversation. That should have happened first before it came to us. And I'm telling you, that did not happen. And that's where I have issues. I like the safety and the protection that this offers. But if we don't have the backing of our community on it, we don't have anything. We can decide in our little bubble what we want to do, but if we don't include the public, that's a big deal. I look at this, being the mayor. That's a huge responsibility. I got one vote just like everybody else, but out in the public, that's not the perception. And I have to explain myself that situation. Mayor, why don't you do it like city of the mayor of Denver? I don't have that power. We hire a city manager over operations. So the process is different. So we need to explain that. And we do not do a good job explaining to people and letting them know what's going on when there's a big budget dollar item on the books for us to vote on. We had a substation, 25 to 30,000 square feet, that was approved by council. It got shoved up to 45,000. No community input, no town hall on that. And that's what it said on the timeline, what we were supposed to have. Didn't happen. And we're back to the same thing with this flock system of not putting the community first. We could have the best equipment and everything. But if you don't educate the people and let them know what's going on, what good is it? So I'm not gonna go 5 minutes. I should have stopped a long time ago, but I'm sad. It breaks my heart that we don't put our citizens first to include them in our decisions. We tell them what we're doing. They don't tell us, we tell them. That's not how it works. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'll take the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance approving an agreement with Flock Group, Inc. for the long-term lease of equipment, including license plate recognition cameras, drones, and other cameras, granting a revocable license to operate said equipment on city property, and the mayor to execute the agreement in the format attached hereto. The vote is open. Sorry, we had one change right at the last minute. If you'll re-vote, please. Councilmember Teeter? Yes, sir.
Yeah, it passes 6-3. Thank you for your time. We're going to go to the next ordinance. Next one, ordinance 2756, amending the 2026 budget for the Flock expansion project. Do any council members have any questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, need a motion in a second. Councilmember T, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to make a motion.
Okay, I need a motion in a second to introduce ordinance 2756 by council this evening and approve in first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
I'd like to introduce ordinance 2756. Council is seated and approved on the first reading.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2756 by council with seated and approved on first reading. I will ask the clerk to take a roll, read the title and take a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2756, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of funding from the Urban Renewal Authority, Federal Forfeiture Fund, Capital Expenditures Fund, and General Fund in the total amount of $608,900 for use on the Flock Expansion Project and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. The vote is open.
Okay, that vote is 6-3. All right. Okay, gonna go back. Before I go back here, is everybody okay? First of all, since this agenda is supposed to go to 12:30 and it's 9:59 right now, 10 o'clock. Okay, that's what our agenda says, 12:30. So, do you want a break or you want to push through and then take a vote at before 10:30 to extend the meeting? You guys okay for that? You want to push through? Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and push through. Okay, up next, notice of council business. Notice of council business 26-005, nonprofit engagement advisory committee. I'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. A way of background, as I've been on council for the last couple of years, it's been clear that we've heard a lot from our nonprofit community and as far as our local government and the desire for our local government, nonprofit, and workforce to work together. So strong communities work best when nonprofits, local government, and workforce are partnerships where they're aligned. And so when we think about that, we want to be able to have an opportunity to create a structured way to engage nonprofits in a broader effort to better coordinate partnerships. The concern that I've heard is like when we don't have these three entities working together, it creates silos and it creates gaps in service and overlaps in service, as well as it forces our residents to struggle and to navigate the system. And so with that, where this motion comes from is the idea of how do we begin to have a better coordinated effort with our services with these three entities so that we as a city can work closely with more partnerships to execute and get things done. So my motion here is to direct the city manager, and is second by Councilmember Young, is to move to direct the city manager in coordination with the city attorney to draft a resolution establishing a nonprofit engagement advisory committee for Commerce City for a one-year term, and in return, this city council, return to the city council for consideration. The purpose for this advisory committee is to strengthen the coordination between the city, local nonprofit organizations, and provide a more structured way for ongoing input to the city council and city staff and community needs and understanding services and gaps and partnership opportunities for the future. In the motion, we have a number of expectations of what the advisory committee shall do, but I won't read them out tonight, but my motion overall is to ask the city attorney and the city manager to draft this resolution for the nonprofit engagement advisory committee for Commerce City for a one-year term.
Okay. So is your motion to move, let me just read this, motion to direct the city manager in coordinating with the city attorney to a draft resolution establishing a nonprofit engagement advisory committee for Commerce City for a one-year term and return it to city council for consideration?
Yes, that's the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Young?
I second.
Okay. All right. Discussion? I have a question for you, Councilmember Dukes. On this advisory committee board, is this something that's going to be put out for our citizens to, what's the makeup of this? There's not going to be any council members on this board, correct?
Correct. There won't be any council members on this board, but in the council policy, we're going to make sure we align the appointment process to city policy 3A1.
Okay.
And so in the council communication also lists the appointment and memberships include representatives from local nonprofit organizations, community leaders, and subject matter experts, including members with experience in program evaluation, data analysis, and community needs assessment.
And so, and city council would be the one interviewing these individuals, correct?
According to council policy 3.A.1, it will be the boards and commissions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Young, did you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I really just wanted to kind of back up why I wanted to be the second on this opportunity for nonprofit engagement. I have an opportunity this year to be part of Leadership Denver, where I heard JJ Ament, the president and CEO of the Denver Chamber, talk about the kind of three legs of a stool for economic development: our local government, our businesses, and interestingly, our nonprofits. Each of these three entities plays a really important role, not just in strengthening our nonprofits to fill in some of the service gaps, but really it's an opportunity for business leaders to engage at the nonprofit level, to attract businesses, to have businesses invest in our community and our nonprofits. And having all three of these entities work together kind of help create policies that are crafted that balance competitiveness with community needs, civic initiatives that support sustainable workforce and growth. So nonprofits are developing workforces, and they're doing job training programs and healthcare. All of these places are people that are young, that our young people can come back and work in jobs. They're being supported by our nonprofits. And the economic outcomes spread across our sectors, improving the quality of life and opportunity for all of our citizens. Having strong nonprofit community just builds our economic development opportunities, and it helps develop and grow and shape our community for generations to come.
Thank you. All right, seeing no others, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Thank you.
Mayor, the vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Okay, next one is advancing community health well-being updates. And this one here is Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for approving the last notice council business. This is advancing community and health and well-being updates. And by way of background, as we've all heard from a number of residents about the concerns of health and well-being across our city, there's been concerns that range from a number of things. And what I've noticed and what we've all heard, and what I've heard specifically, is that everyone cares about different aspects of health and well-being, that impacts them, whether it's the lack of transportation, it's the quality housing, it's the opportunity to have healthy foods within neighborhoods. It is, what terms, you hear terms in the hospital and in the hospital industry around social determinants of health. And so it's a broader perspective of how do we approach that to help our communities. As we've heard that over the last couple of years, and I've heard it over the last couple of years, I realize we haven't created enough space and time as a city council to understand and then create policies to address these concerns in a holistic way. So as I was wrestling with this concept, and I know we have things on our agenda we talk about generally, I went to NLC, and we all went to the NLC conference this is members before you came on, but the City Summit in Salt Lake City. And while I was there, I found out we participate as a city in a national cohort called the Opportunity Cities. And this cohort is linked to places like Las Vegas, Nevada, and other cities that are wrestling with the same challenge about advancing health and well-being, and we are receiving as a city national expertise and national support to begin to draw in and understand the root causes of health disparities across our whole city. And so with that, I thought it would be a great idea for us to elevate this work as a city so that we can actually begin to address the root problems and causes that our residents have talked about. I mean, earlier today, the group that's normally here talking about access to quality housing, that's a big issue we hear all the time. We've done visits on that. We've talked about transportation as a challenge. We talked about lack of healthy foods. We talked with residents for...
Excuse me, Steve, could you, the clock,
we talk
set
with
it at 3 minutes,
residents
please?
from Adams 14 and students there. So anyway, that's the background behind that piece of it. So with that, I want to bring forth a motion titled Advancing Community Health and Wellbeing Updates. The goal is to elevate this work as we continue building a quality community for a lifetime. My motion is to direct the city manager and staff to provide a quarterly community health and well-being presentation at a study session, including the specific, and this presentation should include specific indicators and update expectations outlined in this motion so that we can, as council, have regularly review the data and use this to guide policy decision-making. As a part of this effort, I recommend the removal of the oil and gas items on our regular council meetings, agendas. Instead, use those discussions within this broader community health and well-being study session. Doing this will provide us an opportunity where we can review the data in a broader context of residents' health, safety, and quality of life.
Okay, your motion is to move your motion is to direct the city manager to provide a quarterly report to the city council focusing on advancing community health and well-being at a study session.
No, sir, Mayor, my motion is to direct the city manager and staff to provide a quarterly community health and well-being presentation at a study session. This presentation should include the specific indicators in the council communications, as well as the expectations outlined in the council communications.
Okay, well, I have the council communication, but you just said I don't have any of that.
I know, Mayor, it is a motion that I had to adapt based on the need for a presentation, not a report. I wanted clarity. So it's a presentation at a study session, not just a report.
Okay. From now on, if we can have...
Mayor, it was a change
Yes.
to a motion.
Right. Remember, no surprises. So from now on, when we have communications, we need to make sure the language, otherwise I'm going to ask you to repeat it because it's not the same on mine, okay? So
Thank
just
you,
to
Mayor.
clarify.
I will more than happy repeat this motion again because
No, that's
as
fine.
part of the motion.
No, you're fine. They're fine. Councilmember Trujillo, are you second?
Yes, I am seconding
Okay.
the motion.
All right, discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes. What did you decide to do? Are you transparently including oil and gas, or are you not including oil and gas?
As a part of this motion is the effort to remove the oil and gas regular updates from future regular council agendas and
Okay.
instead align those discussions within the community health and well-being study sessions where it can be reviewed in a broader context of health, safety, and quality of life.
Okay, and I'm sure it will pass, but I just want to reassure residents who live in the South that I will make the report monthly myself during the council report on oil and gas activity and Suncor exceedances of emissions.
Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo, did you want to make a comment or you just wanted a second?
I just want to move forward with the vote, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sandoval.
I just wanted to clarify in my discussions with Councilmember Dukes regarding this notice to council business. this is not necessarily to eliminate the conversation or to hide any concerns regarding oil and gas and the effects on the health and wellness of our community, but rather to look at this in a holistic view and not so narrow-minded, because there's so many other things that affect our community that impacts their health. And so I think it's important to add those discussions in. And so it's not to eliminate that entirely or to prevent individuals from being informed about what will affect their quality of life within the city that they live in. So that's the reason why I would support this for its holistic view.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Now I'm ready to vote.
All right. Councilmember Dukes.
I just want to put a finer point on that. Again, there's been a lot of miscommunication out there about us not caring about oil and gas updates. The challenge with the current structure is that we have these reports on our council agendas. We can't spend the amount of time that is necessary to actually talk about the root causes that help our city. The challenge with not being able to have enough time that's squeezed in there about exceedances that are lag time data, we can't talk about policies to fix them. And so as a city, as I listen to residents, people want things fixed. They don't want just the updates around these are exceedances and I'm gonna go sit on your porch and feel bad. They want, how do you fix this? How do we move forward to have solutions as policymakers? The other big opportunity here is for us as a council to wrestle with big questions about how do we create a community that has health and wellness at the center, not a community that we're about what we're not about. We're not about this and we're not about that. We want to bring partners to the table to have bigger discussions. And so again, want to make sure that's clear, have opportunity as dedicated space to talk about these issues that lead towards policy change. That's the intent, that's the goal. Policy change is what I hear people care about, what we care about. Empathy without action is a wasted time, right? Compassion with empathy means action has to be a part of that.
Okay, thank you. Well, I look at this, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. Talking about access to quality housing, healthy food, transportation, economic opportunities, and quality healthcare. Those are challenges, and a lot of these things that you have on here. It's good to good to have a report on. But who's going to report on this? I mean, because we're talking about housing. We have Commerce City Housing. They're no longer part of Commerce City. Quality healthcare, that's the county, and we do have ARPA funds that we're using for community well-being. I mean, nice to, for the update and everything. I appreciate that. But to take the oil and gas out and put it with this does not make sense. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. Actually, we do talk about ways that the issue can be solved. Just last week, I was talking about Gym 2, and that I had made public comment at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Air Quality Control Board meeting on what we can do and what needs to be done, because Suncor is going to be able to take advantage of the situation the way it's written. So we need to be on the forefront of getting that changed, because they would be allowed to emit even more pollution than they currently do. So we have had that conversation, just had it last week, in fact. And in fact, you'll also find my testimony in tonight's agenda packet that I gave in February.
Thank you. Go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, the vote is open.
Okay, passes 8-1. All right, up next, request to amend the Commerce City Housing Authority appointments process through City Council. I'll invite Councilmember Trujillo to introduce this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's a couple of items in this particular new council business. One relates to the council appointee role. Just want to give some background on that and purpose behind this proposed modification. As was stated just within the last 10 or 15 minutes, the Housing Authority is now separate from the city. The purpose behind the modification to change the council member's role on the Housing Authority is to address legal and ethical issues that can arise from being a voting member of both the Housing Authority as well as City Council. The appropriate role as a City Council member is more in an advisory capacity or liaison capacity. The Housing Authority now has their own, now that they're not under the umbrella of the city, they have their own budget, liabilities, and stakeholders. And because of this, there can and will be times where the Housing Authority and city's interests are not aligned. The biggest concern about being a voting member of both the Housing Authority and as a City Council member is that it creates a conflict of interest. If a decision was made at the Housing Authority by vote and that same or a directly related matter comes before council for another vote, a council appointee to the Housing Authority must recuse him or herself so they are not exercising double influence over a matter. Recusing oneself routinely and not being able to vote on a housing issue is not serving our constituents fully and does not help advance housing as one of the many components to our overall well-being of our city. The second piece to this is around the term limits. And this is more to be in alignment with industry standards, CCHA's bylaws, and just to enhance continuity. Longer terms provide greater stability and consistency throughout projects and allows commissioners additional time to develop a comprehensive understanding of housing programs, funding mechanisms, and community needs. Of course, this relates to the non-council appointees to the Housing Authority. So that's a little bit of the background on that. The motion itself is to, give me 1 second here to pull it up. I'd like to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare an ordinance modifying the council appointee's role on the Housing Authority to non-voting. And I also further move, as a separate motion, to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare an ordinance modifying the terms for regular non-council appointees from 3-year terms to 5-year terms with no more than 2 consecutive terms. After serving 2 consecutive terms, a 1-year waiting period to reapply.
Okay, that's your motion. Councilmember Dukes, your second. Do you want to second this?
Second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thanks so much. I think it's really important to bring up a conversation about the Commerce City Housing Authority, primarily because we haven't really talked about it as a city council, particularly when they spun off. So where do we stand on that at the moment? If you can give I have 3 questions, so if you can give a brief answer to that. If anybody could answer that, where do we stand with the Housing Authority? What is meant by their new role?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, from a legal perspective, there is no formative change. The big change that occurred last year was that, in December of 2024 is that the executive director of the CCHA was actually operating as a city employee. That is no longer the case. That individual is now entirely employed by the CCHA, I believe. And the city has disassociated itself from the CCHA in terms of administrative operations, day-to-day functioning. City council still has a legal role per state statute in appointing CCHA members. So that is a big part of the motion that's being brought here, is to clarify what the function of council's approval process would be, as well as the interview process associated with CCHA applicants.
And is there an issue with council member voting?
Is there a question? I think it's a case-by-case question, and I would say I would certainly defer to any of you that are in that role as to whether or not you feel that there is a conflict that necessitates recusal. So I certainly would take Councilmember Trujillo's concerns to heart. To the extent that she has been in meetings and found that she had a conflict, certainly would respect that.
Well, I could help out in that arena, I think. What is the situation currently, Councilmember Trujillo, with board openings on the CCHA board? Because I know there's people who've been on there for a really long time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's my understanding that there was a recent appointment to the Housing Authority.
But I'm curious, excuse me for interrupting, but I'm asking about the other people, because when they came to speak before us 3 years ago, everyone I spoke to on the board had been on the board for 10 years. We only had one applicant. 2 previous applicants were rejected, one of them because they were Section 8 property owner, and the other because they actually lived in Section 8 housing. But we have not had anybody else since then to fill a seat.
Yes, I believe that is correct. And I think some of this will help clarify that. There are some folks that are currently on that have exceeded their terms. And with I will use the word decoupling from the city, there has been some ambiguity around the process in which the interviews and, what that looks like. And so I think part of this will also help eliminate that, but it will also help us comply with our statutory requirement of actually doing the appointment or approving the appointment to the Housing Authority.
Okay, and in the interest of transparency, is it an issue for you because you work for a real estate firm that does litigation and you're head of the paralegals? Is that a conflict of interest when you're with Otten, Johnson, Robinson, Neff, and Raganetti? To actually sit on the Commerce City Housing Authority? Would it be better if I volunteered my time and said, I'll take your place? Would that help?
So, Mayor Pro Temp, this has nothing to do with my primary employment. This has to do with the fact that I was elected as a council member, and I want to preserve my vote as a city councilwoman.
Okay, so there is no housing issue, because you have on your comments, you say that it is legal, ethical issues.
Correct. And again, I have stated that a double vote on the same issue would be a conflict, which is why I think it makes sense to move the council appointee, whether it's myself or any subsequent appointments of a council member, to non-voting to avoid that. The inherent, need to recuse yourself from your council vote shows that there would be a problem. And I want to get ahead of it and correct this issue.
Councilmember Trujillo, can you hold that thought? We need to extend this meeting. It's 10:28.
Sure.
I'd like to extend this meeting to midnight.
I'll move that.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor is to extend the meeting to midnight.
Mayor, the vote is open.
I'll second that. Huh?
Susan already did.
Oh, she did. I thought you made the motion.
I did.
And you seconded it also?
No, I did.
Somebody else did.
Oh,
I did.
okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Teeter.
I'm like, how does my primary employment have anything to do with this?
Okay, that passes 8-1. Councilmember Trujillo, you can continue.
I believe I addressed Mayor Pro Temp's question.
And I would like to say that I am comfortable with the 3 years so that we're consistent throughout our system.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter, did you have something?
Yeah, I think it should be 4 years instead of 5 on the term, because you're elected on council for 4-year terms.
So that's with respect to non-council appointees. It's my understanding that we go through the appointment process for council members annually, or is it, I'm sorry, I guess maybe I need clarification. City Attorney Zarzaki.
We go through appointments during the organizational meeting, which typically, I believe, is every 2 years.
Thank you. So this is only with respect to non-council members?
I still think that's a long time to put somebody that's a non-council person on a board.
All right, any other questions? Councilmember Dukes? No?
No, sorry, I just.
Okay. Councilmember Kim?
Serious, genuine question. Maybe not so much for you, but I think I appreciate what you're trying to bring forward. But City Attorney, could this apply to like Derby Review Board? Same thing too? Because I think we're voting members on there too, right? So could that apply to that too? I'm just.
So whether respective council members that are appointed to boards and commissions are voting members is entirely up to this body.
But that could be a conflict as well, is what I'm hearing then, I guess, based on what you're saying, right, regarding the housing authority. If Derby Review Board has something forward that would come forward, it'd be potentially problematic too, no? I'm asking, I don't.
Councilmember Guardiola?
I'm not a voting member and on the jury review.
Thought our sheet said that.
Yeah, you're a voting member.
On the Derby Review Board, I am not a voting member. I just attended a meeting last week, and they did not let me vote.
Yeah, you're.
Staff member could talk about that. I know it's on the sheet.
Yeah, it's on the sheet, it shows that it is.
But I'm not a voting member.
That's all.
For this reason.
Okay, thanks.
Any other council members? You know, I would like to see some consistency as well. You know, if we're going to do this, make this changes here, then it has to be an overall change that the current members are on there now, they have 10 years, they need to be replaced. And just like anything else, there's education portion where, you know, you're elected to this position, then there's also a catch-up where you have to understand how things work. A lot of these projects take a long time. They're not something that it's, repeats itself. You know, money comes in and they're out doing all the projects. I've seen the housing authority over the years more dysfunction than actually be consistent on delivering. Right now, they're on the dog track, which is a problem because you're serving one organization. We're not really creating new housing opportunities. Over at Connors Estate, there are, I think, 6 or 7 empty lots. They've been there for years. Those lots should have been built on because we have seniors who need housing. It's right across from Connor's estate. There's lots that are available. So I understand what you're asking, but also it's also the council guiding, helping guide them in direction where they could ultimately be successful. Okay? So as a non-voting member, yes, you can have discussion after you keep, and understand, and you can't vote. But I think, but I believe, because the last couple of years, they've had council all kinds of meetings. Something comes up, they just cancel a meeting. They really haven't functioned very well. So I think it's premature to have this come now, after you've only been there for a couple of months. And if this is coming from them, I think you need to see for yourself and be there for 6 months. Then bring this back. Because the way I see it, especially with the Colorado Revised Statute, they have a lot of power, but the way they execute on the Housing Authority side, they have not been successful. There's only one person, there's only one organization has been successful from them, because, pretty much in order to get an exemption for your housing, you have to have an agreement and underneath the Housing Authority in order to be exempt. On, not on everything, but for the housing we need. And I would rather keep it 3 years. If you want to be non-voting, that's questionable, but I don't think that, like I said, the members who are on there now should be replaced if we're going to have this, and then serve 2 terms, whether it's 3 years, 4 years, and then no setting off for when you're coming back. Whole thing is people get complacent. A lot of people up there are complacent. That's why nothing's been going on. I'm just being honest with you. Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, one more question for the city attorney. How do we get them to switch out their board members since they are past their expiration date?
So the terms are established under, well, your authority is established under state statute, which clarifies that city council can approve by resolution, or technically an ordinance, a difference in the term limits that cannot exceed 5 years. So statutorily, under state law, housing authority members cannot be members for more than 5 years. The resolution that prior council approved in 2022 clarified that the term is a 3-year term, and members shall serve no more than 2 consecutive terms or until a successor has been appointed. The consecutive terms, that language is not in state statute. It just says 5 years. So that is, I think, the intent of having the resolution in 2022 was to clarify not only what your term is, but the fact that you can only serve 2 consecutive terms.
Let's say there's 7 people on the board and 6 of them have remained beyond the date of their term, of their 2 terms. How are they removed? How do they get replaced by someone else?
So I believe the appointment authority still lives with city council. I'm not aware of any existing housing authority members that are violating this resolution, but I think the practical effect would be that city council would appoint the rightfully appointed members.
I think there has to be, if the people I met 3 years ago had all been on for 10 years, and we haven't appointed anyone in the past 3 years. No one has been accepted to this point. So
Councilmember
I think
Trujillo?
it's something to investigate.
Councilmember Trujillo?
So just a question for City Attorney Zarzaki. If those appointments occurred before that ordinance, would the ordinance be in effect for those council members' terms?
I don't believe so. And CCHA does have their own legal counsel, but my off-the-cuff interpretation of the resolution 2022-71 is that it would become effective once approved by council, and that's when the clock would start ticking.
Maybe a question for the city clerk's office. When's the last time you received any applications? Because that, I believe, again, there's some ambiguity with the decoupling of who is handling what with respect to the application process, the interviews. We know that we have the authority as council to approve the appointments of the members, but I think that's where a big part of the issue is, to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't believe in City Attorney Zarzaki, sorry, it's getting late. I believe that in the statute, and if you can confirm, there is some language in there that states, similar to what our ordinance states, it mirrors that state law that indicates that until the appointment of a successor.
That is correct. That language is in state statute.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
If we don't know that there's an empty seat, then we can't appoint someone. I mean, even when boards and commissions met, it wasn't advertised. That seat was not advertised to our general public in Commerce City, which is problematic. I don't know how it even happened, So I really hope that we can look into this further. It is, because as the mayor pointed out, we really want the Housing Authority to be successful. And people who are on it, who are enthusiastic and are innovative and come with great new ideas, are the kind of people we want to have on the Housing Authority.
Councilmember Trujillo, would you be interested in holding us off till we can get the right language in place? You know, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do here, but just so it's clear, that way when we go forward, we know these appointments are going to come up. They're going to have interviews, and then clear policy. That way we're transparent on both sides.
So, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your comments, but with respect to the appointments on boards and commissions, I believe that there is a charter in City Attorney Zarzaki. Can you please confirm what our city charter states regarding the boards and commissions appointments in general, and if a charter change would be required to address some of these issues?
So I don't believe that there would be a charter change that would be required. I think that the uniqueness here is the fact that the CCHA is a separate legal entity, and the interview process that the city has been using is the process that we use for city council appointed boards and commissions, which is very different. Practically, I understand why historically we've done that, because there is a process. There's a process that city staff has used. But to answer your question, I am not aware of any charter provision that would need to be revised.
Okay. And then I guess another question is regarding the actual application and interview process. Is that more of an administrative change in how we do things, or is that something that needs to be addressed by an ordinance?
It's a good question. I don't know that it needs to be done by way of ordinance, but there needs to be some formal clarification of what that interview process is going to be, in large part because if the city were to move away from using the standardized board and commission interview process for commission members of the CCHA, then that necessitates the CCHA knowing that they are now taking that lift, and that would require some communication. My understanding is that is exactly what CCHA's legal counsel has been requesting. So they are aware of the conversation transpiring right now, but there would need to be some communication so that nothing's falling through the cracks.
So going back to Mayor Pro Temp's questions around appointing new members, I think that's where the issue really is that they're kind of waiting on us to move forward with a change. And that process for appointment is very clear, and we can delineate that through an ordinance. But regarding the application process and the interview, I think that that's not necessarily facilitated by ordinance change. Does that make sense?
See,
Which furthers you asked me a question, Mayor, about whether or not I would like to postpone this, and I would not, because I don't think that the changes you guys are requesting there's a need for an ordinance change with respect to that. I think that we can just make those changes without that.
okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to?
It would seem then tonight that the person that we may or may not appoint to that seat would be on 3 years, because we would not have made the change. So that person would be a 3-year member.
That is correct, because this motion is only to request that the city manager and city attorney draft the ordinance.
Right.
And then it has to come before approval again, so.
Okay, so the
Gives
old
us-
rules would apply for that person.
Correct.
So would you be amenable to making it 4 years instead of 5?
If that is what the rest of my council colleagues would like, yes, I just think 3 years is too short of a time frame. When you're talking about construction and development and projects, that's too short.
Yeah. City Attorney, do we need to take a vote for the 4, or is that just part of the motion?
Mayor, I think you just asked for a friendly amendment to this motion to change it to 4 years.
Okay.
So if no one on the dais disagrees with that, I'd interpret that
disagree
as
with
an
that?
approval.
No? Okay. All right. See no opposition.
So the primary motion is with a 4-year term.
Okay. All right, so we got 2 motions here. The first motion is to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare an ordinance modifying the council's appointees' roles on the CCH to a non-voting. That's the first one. And the second one is move to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare ordinance modifying the terms for a regular non-council appointee CCHA commissioner from 3-year term to a 4-year term. Now, what about the waiting off a year and then coming back? Take that off?
I would like to leave that.
Like to leave
Yeah.
that?
Yep. So 2 consecutive terms, and then
Yeah, because it'd be 8 years.
2 consecutive 4-year terms, and then a 1-year waiting period to reapply.
How about a 4-year waiting period?
No, I mean, ultimately, council can decide whether or not they want to appoint a member.
That's fine, that's fine.
So,
Okay. But no more than 2 consecutive years after serving 2 consecutive terms, 1-year waiting period to reapply. And we'll go with the first one, because there's two motions. Ready for the first motion, please.
Mayor, may I quickly just state, I think that we can actually do this by way of a resolution, given the fact, at least for the terms, the resolution that we would be revising is the 2022 resolution, so we can do it by way of resolution as opposed to an ordinance. Just, I'm saying that so that you're not surprised when we draft it. It's a resolution.
Okay,
Gotcha. Thank you.
thank you.
Mayor, on the first motion, the vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8-1.
And Mayor, I believe we actually need a motion and a second for the second motion.
Okay,
Officially.
all right. Well, she made 2 motions and Councilmember Dukes seconded.
Okay, yeah, we'll construe that. That's fine. I'll open the voting. The vote is open.
Okay, it passes 7-2. All right. On to presentations. Presentation 2026-040. March 16th, meeting cancellation due to a majority of members of council and key staff attending the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C. I'm looking for a motion to cancel the March 16th regular meeting. Councilmember Teeter.
So move.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. This will be amendment to add a special meeting for March 23rd, 2026.
At a special meeting.
Yeah. So we're not here.
Yeah, so,
That's fine with me.
yeah, so
City-
we
city-
cancel the 16th and then
City
add a
att-
special meeting for the
Okay,
23rd.
City Attorney, City Manager Rogers. Have you looked into this?
So in the council communication, staff makes a recommendation for requesting a special meeting for 2 particular items. Those 2 particular items is a board resolution, a resolution in regards to the Workforce Advisory Committee. Additionally, so that we can align the recruitment for that with the April schedule, that's for boards and commissions. But then there is also the need for taking formative steps on adopting or affirming a wildlands resiliency code, and that is a requirement under SB 23166, which establishes a wildfire resiliency code board tasked with following, or excuse me, that was the board that was tasked with identifying and initiating a requirement for local jurisdictions to adopt a local code in response to wildfires. We have been able to look into that requirement and have prepared a code for your adoption. And we need to take formative action before April 1st.
Okay.
Our thought was to bring it on March 16th, but with it being canceled, we wanted to carry it for the next week.
Sure. All right.
I accept that.
Councilmember Kim?
I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion? Motion to force the council March 16th and in its place, a special meeting, call a special meeting on March 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote. When ready.
Mayor, the vote is open.
Okay, passes 9-0. All right, up next is oil and gas monthly update. Melanie Mascanares. I know I butchered it again.
It's break time.
You go ahead and proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Melody Mascarenas, the Sustainability Manager for City of Commerce City, and this is the oil and gas update.
Melanie,
So we can't
could you get a little closer?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Okay.
thank you.
I thought I was talking louder this time.
Is it on?
This is my last time. March 2nd, and I'm in the Energy, Equity, and Environment Division. There are currently no oil and gas applications under review in Commerce City. Oil and gas notice update. The Energy and Carbon Management Commission, which is ECMC, provided notice of a work over rig on site January 26th, 27th at the Edmondson 20N well. Well 20N is classified as drilling and permitted well location. This notice is for maintenance on the well. We've talked about this site in the past in previous updates. It's an existing site. Adams County oil and gas updates. We received a referral for initial comments on a new oil and gas facility permit in unincorporated Adams County in December. Staff reviewed the application material on January 23rd and provided a no comment response to Adams County on January 29th. The application's name is Eagle Pad, and the adjacent map shows the location there. The red circle at the top, that's where it's located at. It's about a mile approximately away from Commerce City. And this notification was given to us from Adams County as a courtesy. CDPHE's Air Pollution Control Division, APCD public meeting update. The Air Pollution Control Division has a meeting on Wednesday, that's next week, March 11th from 9 to 10:30 a.m. to learn more about statutory source control fund and provide feedback and questions. Fees are assessed and collected when stationary sources submit required emission reports or air permit applications. The source can be from industrial facilities, oil and gas operations, and power plants. And if you're interested, you can register at the link below. CDPHE recent updates on the environmental spill or releases. This is on the spill line. E3 recently received reports over the January 15th to February 15th dates on hazardous materials and waste management incidents in Commerce City. And these are just a few of the ones we received emails on. There was a Suncor report of an exceedance of more than 500 pounds of refinery products spilled. This was a ground spill and their production gas on a 24-hour period. And the incident exceeded the daily limit there February 3rd. So these could be different complaints, not specifically related to Suncor. They're different. The second one's about Suncor on complaints about pollution emissions from Suncor from a private citizen. Then February 10th was an annual fire inspection, identified a general level of negligence at a business on Dallas Street. And February 11th, another Suncor report to the spill line and hazardous waste mixed with water released from the tank. And the waste equaled about 5 barrels, and again was released onto soil. This is the environmental exceedance report for Suncor from the period of December 15th to January 15th. There were 2 reportable events and 4 exceedances. January 6th was a gas oil exceedance. 2 barrels were spilled on ground. There were no exceedances. January 14th was a carbon monoxide exceedance. Of the total exceedance was 1531 parts per million by volume, which is an exhaust by volume. Opacity, January 14th was an opacity pollutant, 20% on 6-minute black. I think that's supposed to be block average actually. And then, yikes, I don't know what happened there. My screen's showing.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I had also checked in with CDPHE because I wondered why we weren't getting notifications, public notifications anymore. And it turned out that actually they are reviewing all of these exceedances. They aren't just happening in a vacuum. They are reviewing them and they are getting ready to do another set of penalties against Suncor. So they don't get away with this. It just takes forever for anything to happen about it. And I do want to say that Eagle Pad, as impossible as it may seem, Ward 4 has a plot of land at Piccadilly and 120th. That neighborhood with homes on like 1 acre are Ward 4 homes. So we're actually within about a half a block, maybe 300 feet from Eagle Pad. That's Commerce City. So I'm going to look into it further on what we can do, and we have very strict rules about setbacks. And I don't know if that's the situation with Adams County, because that Eagle Pad is in unincorporated Adams County. It's also in our, what do you call it? Our area of interest that we want to expand to.
Our urban growth boundary. It's in our urban growth boundary, but it's not currently within incorporated limits of Commerce City.
The Piccadilly and 120th?
That's correct, ma'am. That is outside of our current incorporated boundaries.
Where is that plot of land that has a little red boxes around it for Ward 4 all the time then?
I can't move the slide to that map.
Yeah.
Stephen, if you.
Well, we can do that. We can work on that tomorrow. But I know those people who live there think that they are in Commerce City. Thank you.
I had a question on that drilling pad that's on the other side of E470 on 136. And have they decided if they're going to come into Outlook area for drilling?
We just received it's an existing site, and they notify us when they're gonna do maintenance on a well, and that's what that notification was.
All right. But there hasn't been anything moving forward? Application, okay. All right, thank you. Any council members have any questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, winter planning retreat proposed agenda. City Manager Rogers.
I'll keep this very to the point. What you have before you is the proposed agenda from the identified facilitator, Heather Bergman from Peak Facilitation. It covers the 3 items that had been requested by the Winter Planning Retreat Committee: budget priorities discussion, a strategic plan priorities discussion, and how to continue to work on improved working relationships and communications amongst the body. This is captured across 1.5 days, starting on Friday the 13th, and concluding midday on March 14th, which is a Saturday. So it requires the council's approval. Once we have that approval, we'll be able to finalize certain materials that will be presented from staff in support of those activities as outlined.
Okay, thank you. So you need approval tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do it now or during council administrative business?
You can make a motion today, right now, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Kim.
City Manager, just a quick question, sir, with regards to part of this retreat and the agenda that's on there. I would like to start thinking about also with regards to the build out that's going to occur just south of Bison Ridge for possible expansion.
So what, are we talking about the Turnberry residential that's currently being built?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I need a motion and a second to approve the winter planning retreat proposed agenda. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Young.
Second.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor is to approve winter planning retreat proposed agenda.
Mayor, the vote is open.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes. Right there.
Okay, passed unanimous, 9 votes. All right, consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and a vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off consent agenda for further discussion, separate vote. Tonight, there are 17 items in consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Councilmember Sandoval?
I'd like to remove consent agenda item 26-038.
Say it again.
26-038.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Teeter?
As amended.
Okay. Is there anyone else besides Councilmember Sandoval want to take anything off? All right. Councilmember Dukes, do you have anything you want to take off?
22nd.
You second it? Okay. All right. Okay. Going the wrong way. All right. Need a motion and a second to adopt, which we have to amend the agenda. Will the clerk read the title and take the roll call vote?
Mayor, the vote is open. Oh, sorry, I have to read the titles first.
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 2026-011. Oops. Oh, I read the entire, okay. All right, minutes of the February 2nd, 2026 meeting. Adelante Latina Convention 2026 sponsorship request. Community College of Aurora Foundation sponsorship request. Resolution 2026-11, a resolution finding substantial compliance of the annexation petition in case AN 24-0004, known as the Adams Crossing annexation, and setting a public hearing to determine eligibility for such annexation. Resolution 2026-018, a resolution appointing a member to designated board and commission of the Commerce City. Resolution 2026-034, a resolution authorizing award of an agreement for streetlight maintenance and repair to Lumen 8 Transportation Technologies LLC. Resolution 2026-037, a resolution authorizing a third amendment to master service agreement for right-of-way, landscape, maintenance, and repair with TWA Inc., DBA Sierra Landscaping. Resolution 2026-039, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Adams County, Colorado regarding cost sharing for US 85 and 120th Avenue project. Resolution 2026-040, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Brighton, Colorado regarding cost sharing for US 85 and 120th Avenue project. Ordinance 2746, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of the Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from the Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Water Conservation Board in the amount of $47,257.75 to construct xeriscape demonstration gardens and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance number 2749, on second reading, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from Adams County in the amount of $175,000 for Stampede Park playground improvements and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2750, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from Great Outdoors Colorado in the amount of $168,000 for Generation Wild funding and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2759, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of Derby Plan area funding from the Urban Renewal Authority in the amount of $90,500 for the Derby photometric study and lighting plan and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2761, an ordinance amending Chapter 11 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code prohibiting off-highway vehicles on city streets, sidewalks, and highways. Ordinance number 2762, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, amending Chapter 23 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to the city's emergency operations plan. And Ordinance 2765, an ordinance amending Ordinance number 2725 relating to the issuance of one or more series of the Cities of Commerce City, Colorado's sales and use tax revenue refunding bonds and providing other details in connection therewith. And now the vote is open.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Oh,
I think you read in 26-038 after I had indicated I wanted it to remove
No,
off.
I skipped it.
I heard it.
You did?
Yes.
Did I read?
Well, the prompt, Steve, is there's two that have the same number.
That is an error. And I apologize for not noticing that. Okay, just to correct for the record, so there is two resolutions, 2026-03. Well, no.
38.
38, yeah. I thought I skipped that one.
First one's a sponsorship and the other one's a resolution.
Yeah.
I was confused too, and
Oh, were you pulling the sponsorship or the resolution, Councilmember?
The sponsorship.
I apologize. I thought you were referring to 2026-038, the resolution. So I will read that, and we can remove the sponsorship item from the list. So Resolution 2026-038, a resolution authorizing a third amendment to the master service agreement with Applied Property Services, Inc. for on-demand, non-irrigation landscape services.
thank you for making that correction.
Okay, and now the vote is open. Thank you.
Okay, passed unanimously. All right, Councilmember Sandoval, you have pulled off 26-038 Adelante Latina Convention 2026 sponsorship request.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so I called forward consent agenda item 26-038, which is the Adelante Latina Convention 2026 sponsorship request. This is an event that is to be held on March 7th, this Saturday at the Tivoli Auraria campus. And the mission of the convention is to create an annual convention where Latinas can connect, learn, and take concrete action to grow their business. And as a small business consultant, I've championed minority-owned small businesses across the state of Colorado for the past 19 years. So I've worked with Adelante in that capacity, and I know the importance that they play within the Commerce City community and the Latina community at large. And so the reason why I wanted to highlight this is that the request is for $2,500, and as part of our sponsorship, they would include 8 tickets, and the consideration is to allow some of our city's Latina staff to attend this event and represent our city, and so that they have the opportunity to engage with other Latinas, access leadership, and also opportunities for entrepreneurship for their own enrichment. So I just wanted to highlight that piece. Thank you.
Okay, well done. All right, let's see. Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the sponsorship request. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Trujillo.
I second.
Okay. Okay, the motion on the floor is to, oh, sorry. City Clerk, read the title and take roll call vote, please.
Absolutely. Adelante Latina Convention 2026 sponsorship request. And the vote is open.
Okay, unanimously, all right. Okay, on to public hearings. Ordinance V 25-0003, vacating of a portion of Peoria Street between East 104th Avenue and XL power lines between Highway 2 and Peoria Parkway. Tonight's public hearing is on ordinance, number V 25-003. I will remind council the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express your opinion or indicate how you vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria of the Colorado Revised Statute. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. I invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Hi, yes, Evan Curtis, 3219 Stewart Street, Denver, Colorado, 80212. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for seeing me tonight on this ordinance. I'm with Revesco Properties. We own the site at the southeast corner of Highway 2 and 104th. There is a remnant right-of-way section going north-south from 104th down to the XL power line property. We're asking to vacate that right-of-way to pave way for future development that is in line with our PUD zoning and City of Commerce City's comp plan. That's all I have.
Okay, does council have any questions for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I've read this. You're my first vacation, to be honest. Could you clarify what we are actually vacating if you're going to be building something there?
So what you're vacating is a right-of-way that is currently not being used. So it's currently just dirt lot. It's about 33,000 square feet. Thank you, Nick. I think it's pulled it up there.
Oh, there it is, that blue line?
Yep, it's that blue line. So there is utilities running through there. They'll get, an easement in lieu of the right-of-way. But it won't be a road. It can't be a road. It's too close to that intersection. So this section of Peoria Street will technically no longer be a right-of-way if vacated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll invite Nick Berry, Planner 2. Thank you, Nick, for staying up.
Good evening. Yeah, we'll fire through this. Hopefully, I'll cover the big topics and we can address any questions that you might have. As mentioned here, this blue line is the section of Peoria Street that's proposed to be vacated. This is kind of a view, give you kind of a global picture of what's happening. So the blue line is still the portion requested to be vacated. The red box is the current alignment of Peoria Street. You can kind of see it's already segmented. It was vacated partially with the development of Turnberry Filing 5 just to the south. And so it no longer connects to any other part of the city. Furthermore, the Peoria Parkway here further to the east serves as the north-south connection for the area. Kind of a current view of the zoning. The Turnberry PUD was included into your packet for you to get a sense for what allowable uses will be. I just wanted to highlight, and I'll back up here, this last bullet, kind of that the applicant hit on. City standards would prohibit the construction of this intersection. So if we go back to the zoomed in aerial, the current alignment of Peoria Street conflicts with this acceleration lane for those trying to make this turning movement here. So because of intersection spacing standards that the city has, Peoria Street could not be constructed where it's at, and thus the creation of Peoria Parkway further to the east. Kind of just showing you before and after. So currently, this is what you have on the north here. So there's an access easement that gives you access to the property, and then Peoria Street is here further to the west. Once vacated, you'll still have access off of 104th to all the parts of the property. As of today, we've received no public comment on this case. The approval criteria findings were included into your staff report for you, so we can address those if you have questions on our findings. Planning Commission heard this requested vacation and recommended approval, and thus staff is also recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. Now we'll ask if any point of the public to sign up to testify on this.
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay. I'm sure did you want to rebuttal on anything? No? Okay. All right, thank you. I will now close the public hearing. There's three options. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance V 250003.
Is that option one? Councilmember Kim.
Second that.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes, do you have discussion? Councilmember T, do you have discussion? Okay.
No.
All right, the motion of floor is to introduce ordinance V 25003 by council seated and approved on first reading. I'll ask the clerk to read the title, take a roll call vote on option one.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance V 25-003, an ordinance vacating a portion of the Peoria Street between East 104th Avenue and the Excel power lines and between Highway 2 and Peoria Parkway, Commerce City, Colorado. The vote is open.
Okay, unanimously. 9 yeses, all right. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, on to ordinance Z 25-004, 0004, rezoning the property generally located at 4850 East 60th Avenue from C3 to I2. Tonight's public hearing is in the ordinance Z 25-0004. We'll remind council the following: only ask questions to gather facts, do not express your opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on the facts developed in this hearing in the record. Apply those facts to the criteria in the Colorado Revised Statute. I will invite city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for the presentation. Well, I invite the applicant to make the presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks. My name is Ryan Barker. My residence is 17 Niblick Lane, Littleton, Colorado, 80123. I'll try to be very brief here. We are requesting a zone change from C3 to I2 for the property located at 4850 East 60th Avenue, which is, the aerial is up there. Talk a little bit about the history of Colorado Scaffolding, which is the business we operate on the property next door at 4540 East 60th Avenue. The recent growth, and probably won't get into the evaluation of city codes and standards, as that will probably be covered by Mr. Berry. So Colorado Scaffolding was founded in 1978 by Ron Ammerman and has operated in Commerce City since its inception. Ron's no longer with us, but in 2015, actually, we formed a company called C&D Energy Services and purchased Colorado Scaffolding from the Ammerman family in 2016. For nearly 40 years before we purchased Colorado Scaffolding, it mainly serviced the masonry business, providing scaffold rentals and sales, and in 2015 generated $2 to $3 million in annual revenues and employed 20 to 25 people. CDE Colorado Scaffolding has grown immensely since that purchase of 2016. Some of our major projects include the Gaylord Hotel and Conference Center. We wrapped the entire hotel in scaffolding. We've done the Zuni power plant. We're currently doing the Air Force chapel down there that many of you may have heard about. We also operate in Basin Electric and Pacific Core power plants, and Excel power plants in Wyoming, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota. Our growth requires more space to operate the business. We've purchased over 120 truckloads of equipment, which equates to about $10 million, as well as $3.5 million of swing stage equipment. The opportunity arose for us to purchase the lot next door, 4850, which is the property we're talking about in 2021. We'd had our eye on it, and that lot has sat empty for the last 50 years, or quite frankly, as long as anyone knows. There's no real data on it. But it sat empty, and we were able to purchase it in 2021. A quick chart to show our revenue growth in 2015 when we, right before we purchased it, was about $2.5 million. That first year, we did $10 million. In 2021, the year we purchased the lot, $17 million. There was a private equity from Houston, Texas, made an investment into the company in 2021 as well, which is why you see that big jump to 2025 last year. We did $27 million. This year's budget is $31 million in revenue. Our employee growth has gone from, they had about 20 to 25 employees, like I said, in 2015, all the way up to, right now our average is about 175 employees. Our high water mark is probably 300 to 325 when there's outages in power plants and whatnot. Quick timeline. 1978 is when it was founded in Commerce City. 2016, we purchased it. 2016 is also when we purchased the lot next door that we're talking about. 2016 is when we purchased the Colorado Scaffolding, as well as the lot and building that it operates on. 2021 is when we purchased the lot next door that we're talking about. The private equity makes the investment in our company. And in 2025, in October of last year, we applied for the zone change. It's come with some challenges. Like I said, we purchased it on June 30th of 2021. We intended to use the lot to satisfy our need for more space due to our rapid growth. We're quite frankly bursting at the seams. 3 months after the purchase, we were confronted with the CDOT dilemma, as they are doing some major renovations around that area. And so we decided to put the zone change on hold, not knowing what they were really going to do with our parcel there. But because of the accelerated growth of the last 4 years, we can no longer wait for the CDOT project to be finalized. We desperately need to use the land to support our growing business so customers and employees can park safely, and so that we can store some material there. Making the case a little bit, the property has not been used, sitting vacant for 50 years, generating zero revenue or benefit for Commerce City, its residents, or those employed within the city limits. We're requesting a zone change from C3 to I2. Our current property at 4540 is I3 that we operate the business on. We're just looking for I2 and need the city's support to grow our business for employing custom parking as we employ, like I said, 175 people, many of whom reside in Commerce City. The land to the west, north, and south are all designated I3. 4850, which is currently C3, falls between the I3, and then there's a Starbucks and an Arby's there, which are obviously C3. And this property sits between the I3 and those C3 parcels. The zone change will allow the business to grow, generating more tax revenue for the city while also allowing us to employ more people, which benefits commercial businesses in the area. Upon approval, we would make a significant capital investment in the property, including grading, paving, lighting, fencing, screening if necessary. Here's an aerial so you can get an idea. So that's Colorado scaffolding there on the left, currently zoned I3, and the lot that we're requesting to go from C3 to I2, you see marked there. Like I said, we are bursting at the seams. We were founded in Commerce City. Our competition, we compete with $6 billion companies. We're not there yet. But they're from the likes of Atlanta, Georgia. One of them's located, headquarters is in London. Our headquarters is in Commerce City. We're proud to be from Commerce City. Commerce City has done right by us, and we'd love to stay in Commerce City. And I hope that we can. And approval of this change will allow us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, have a question for the applicant? All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll move on to Nick Berry.
All right, zone change Z25-0004. Just for clarity for council, this request for zone change was submitted prior to the new land development code being effective, and so this zone change is within the 2009 land development code, so the approval criteria you'll see is from that existing 2009 land development code. Going through here, kind of the applicant highlighted the aerial, so it fits within the context of the area. 60th Avenue and US 85 are the major nearest intersection there. As mentioned, I3 surrounds the property except for the C3 properties to the east. So in 1998, it went from I3 to C3 to allow for the development of the Arby's and a Taco Star, now renovated to be the Starbucks. There's been no development on this particular parcel in the last 30 years for that C3 zoning. And then just wanted to add, based on conversations that we've had with our economic development team, additional retail or restaurant or retail development is unlikely for this parcel because of the lack of visibility and access. Some kind of reverting to its industrial roots maybe makes some sense from a usable property standpoint. The CDOT intersection improvement project, final design is not known, so how much of the property gets eaten away by that project is still yet to be determined. Some photos of the site. So this is from our 2045 comprehensive plan. So it's within the 270 industrial district, which allows for industrial development. One of the caveats is that development should transition to nearby commercial areas. So going from the I3 property to the west to C3 property to the east, I2 is serving as that transition. Again, the economic development framework map calls to this area 270 industrial, which allows for industrial development. The US 85 corridor plan talks about this property being used as industrial or commercial uses. These are some of the goals and objectives from the comprehensive plan. Were included into your staff report. So there have been no public comments received. For this particular case, as a part of the process, 2 phone calls were received to city staff asking for updates about the CDOT project, which we provided what we know. Whether that's the final design or not, we don't know. We do not know. The approval criteria from the 2009 Land Development Code, the findings were in your staff report. If we have questions, we can go back and address those. The Planning Commission heard this case on February 3rd, voted 5-0 for approval. Staff is also recommending approval of this zone change.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you to the property owner. I just want to make certain about something here. I was looking at it on, it's not the Starbucks, right? That's the same address on Google Maps, is the same address, 4850 East 60th Avenue is the same address.
Yeah, so the Starbucks located here, and then the Arby's to the south. This is a separate lot.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. I had a question. Well, could ask applicant, but is this going to be, how is it going to be finished out? Is it going to be concrete drive? Because right now it's dirt, correct?
Correct, yeah, the lot is currently dirt, so they're intending to use it for employee parking and storage of their scaffolding material. So that's per our 2009 Land Development Code. They'll be required to surface the lot with some sort of road base, whether it be concrete, asphalt, for the parking areas, and then for the storage areas, they could use recycled asphalt.
Okay.
But then all of it will need to be screened from view from 60th Avenue.
Gotcha.
By some masonry or wood style fence.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll now invite the public for provide testimony. Has anybody signed up online or, okay. Skip that one. Applicant wish to make a rebuttal? No, okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing. There's 3 options. Need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z 25-001 by council of the seat and approve on first reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All right, the motion on the floor to introduce ordinance Z 25-0004 by council of the seat and approve on first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance Z 25-0004, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 4850 East 60th Avenue from C3 Regional Commercial District to I2 Medium Intensity Industrial District. And the vote is open.
Unanimous vote. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're only 2 minutes off from our regular time. Says to extend the meeting 11:35. Okay. Let's see. Okay. On to the last hearing. Ordinance Z 25-005. Rezoning the properties generally located at 13701 East 104th Avenue from ag to public. Tonight's public hearing is on ordinance number Z 25-0005. I will remind council of the following. Only ask questions, gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to criteria in the Colorado Revised Statute. We'll invite the city attorney to address council.
Thank you, Mayor. And that should say criteria in the Land Development Code. The script is wrong, so I just wanted to flag that.
Okay.
We'll fix that for future land use hearings applying the Land Development Code.
Thank you.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. I'll invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Good evening. So for this application before you, this is our first zoning case into the 2025 Land Development Code. So the approval criteria will look a little different than the previous zone change you heard. So this is the property, 104th and Potomac Street. To the north is East 104th Way. Currently zoned agricultural. The agricultural property to the east is not a part of this request. Surrounded by Potomac Farms PUD to the north and west. To the south is Commons 104th PUD, and then Reunion PUD is diagonal to the southwest. Farming operations for the site ended in 1970, with the home constructed sometime prior to 1950. It was incorporated into the city in 1990. Agricultural is kind of a base zoning that's used when the development future is unknown. So at that time in 1990, the ag zoning was applied. It's remained unchanged since 1990. The property was purchased by the city with the intent of developing a police station in 2023. And also in 2023, the home was demolished. Some current views of the site. There's some things we know about the roadway improvements. A right turn pocket on East 104th Avenue for those wanting to turn north onto Potomac Street, a Potomac Street expansion from one northbound lane to two, and then expansion of East 104th Way from a one-way to a two-way on the north side of the property. From the comprehensive plan, it's within the northern neighborhoods, which allows the development of public facilities. And then I'll jump ahead here since we have two slides on the comprehensive plan. So the main one I wanted to point out here, goal 2.1 of public facilities and infrastructure, talks about locating, or excuse me, supporting an efficient and effective police department. And then one of the recommendations from that chapter talks about locating police center in the Northern Range. A neighborhood meeting was held on January 14th at the Bison Ridge Rec Center. 22 members of the public were in attendance. Questions were fielded on a variety of topics. They kind of fall within four major categories, those being site building design, future engagement opportunities, project details such as like the history of the projects, next steps, that sort of thing, and then about police operations within the city, both on the site and the city broadly. There's a summary included into your packet which goes into greater detail about what questions were asked and what answers were provided at that meeting. As of today, we've received no additional comments beyond that neighborhood meeting, written or verbal. Here's the approval criteria. So for the 2025 code, it borrows from two sections. So this is the approval criteria specific to zoning map amendments, the specific review criteria. And then this 21-741 is the common review criteria, which are applicable to zoning map amendments. These findings were provided for you in your staff report. We can go into those in greater detail if you have questions. On February 3rd, Planning Commission heard this zoning map amendment request, the 5-0 vote for approval. Because all the approval criteria can be satisfied, staff is recommending Z25-005 for approval.
Does council have any questions for Nick? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you explain why the zoning change is coming to us now after the city council had authorized $1 million in design costs a year ago?
Sure. I can touch on some of that, and maybe City Manager Roger has some to add after. But generally speaking, zoning map amendments or zone changes could have taken place at any point in the process. It doesn't have to be at one specific instance. Like when we purchased the property, we didn't have to zone it immediately. part of that has to do with the design and making sure that the site will function the way we want to before proceeding down further steps like the zone change and the development plan and the final plat that will come. Is there anything else to add to that?
No, I think you hit it pretty spot on. I think given we'll, getting to a high level of design to understand that there would be the ability to meet certain basic underlying zoning, we can then be able to move forward. So as part of that, the timing then afforded itself for us to be able to bring it forward, knowing that we wouldn't have to adjust from any of the, once again, base zoning standards within our land development code. We're not doing a PUD.
Thank you.
City Attorney Zarzaki.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify for council on slide 11, staff has identified the applicable approval criteria. And Nick noted the fact that this is now under the new land development code that was recently adopted. My apologies. This binder that you have in front of you is the former land development code, so we're going to have to print out another binder for the new land development code approval criteria. I just wanted to flag that so that you all know exactly what criteria is applicable, which is on page 11 of the presentation.
Okay, any other council members have questions? I had a question. We don't normally, we have zoning and we'll get what appears to be on the site as far as setbacks. I know we don't have that information. Will that be coming forward to determine, or is there be another neighborhood meeting to determine the setback?
Yes, as we get further along with the design, there will be continued engagement with the community. Obviously, there's public art that has been considered, so we'll want to get feedback on that. But yes, there will be additional engagement with the community once again as we continue to get further along with that.
All right, thank you.
I can also add to that, there are minimum requirements up from the 2025 code, which dictates the minimum setbacks. If the city wanted to exceed those setbacks through that public process, that could be accomplished.
All right, thank you. Okay, was there any, so you already, I mean, you don't need to do you again, because you're the city. All right, was there any public, I mean, earlier there was, but there's,
Yeah, Mayor, nobody who signed up to speak.
okay, thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Close the public hearing. All right, you got three options, council. Councilmember Teeter.
You ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance Z 25-0005 by council as seated and approved on first reading.
Councilmember Dukes,
Second.
any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, I'm going to oppose it based on the request does not demonstrate compatibility with surrounding conforming and permitted land uses and structures and with the general character of the area. There is going to be yeah, it's late. There's going to be a giant truck that is going to come rumbling out of that place because it's a SWAT location as well. It's surrounded by homes. We saw that on the Google map that was posted briefly, and I don't think people know what they're in for. So I don't think it's compatible with a neighborhood by any stretch.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Sandoval.
I actually live in the Potomac Farms neighborhood, right off of 107th and Potomac. And we have the fire station there. And I don't think I've ever once in the last since 2016, since when I moved into my home. I don't think I've ever heard the fire truck. So I don't think that I have any concern about the truck for the SWAT being a concern. So that's just from my perspective, living in close proximity to 104th and Potomac.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other council members? Okay. Just for the future, when we have these zoning hearings with the public, would urge we have a better process. You know, this testimony tonight, or provided tonight from public comment, of how things occurred and how one person was not allowed to ask questions. I think it's something that needs to be done differently. So, you know, if someone has a question, it should be put out where everyone can hear it. Okay, seeing as first and second, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance Z 25-0005 as council is seated and approved from first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title, take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance Z 25-0005, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 13701 East 104th Avenue from AG, Agricultural District, to P, Public District. And the vote is open.
Okay, it passes 8-1. All right. On to administrative business. Do any council members have administrative business items, emergency, unforeseen circumstances?
I don't think we can hold an executive session
Okay.
in 9 minutes.
Right. All right. Okay, Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor.
Guardiola.
Good. I just want to make a clarifying statement about public comment today, saying that I should do the right thing and getting off the youth commission. I worked with our city attorney, spoke with my family members about this issue, and it was wrong information that the resident said. And I'd like the city attorney to explain the process that we went through, the hard work that they did in his office, and to come up and say that I'm basically to blame for this is not right. So, city attorney, if you could clarify for me?
Sure thing. Councilmember Guardiola did reach out to me to understand what the charter, if there was an applicable charter provision that would allow a family member to continue to operate or to potentially be appointed on a board and commission. There is a charter provision that is very clear and has been in precedential effect for at least back to 2021 when it was last analyzed by my predecessor, which clarifies that no family member of a council member may be seated on a board or commission. There is an exception, which is in instances where a family member has already rightfully been appointed, they may continue their term. But that was not the factual scenario that we were dealing with Councilmember Guardiola. So I did convey to him, I also conveyed to the clerk's office that the charter is clearly the charter language is the charter language. It is something that I think is up for discussion for future council consideration for a revision when we have the more substantive charter revision conversation in an upcoming study session.
Thank you. And we discussed it as a family on how this can make a change in our city, how my little brother and sister and my own son who wanted to join it could make a change. Instead of looking at the negative, that I wouldn't get off this board or recuse myself, which I asked the city attorney. So I just want to make that clear because it is a family matter. And I think you'll hear some more from them of how they're going to be change agents for the city, and hopefully this could go to the voters and we could change it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, time permitted. City Manager Rogers.
One
Monthly
thing,
report.
yes, sir. One thing only. I will be out of the office starting tomorrow with the intention of being back Monday, March 9th. In my absence, Courtney Brown will be the acting city manager.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzaki.
Nothing, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, any council members want to make a 1-minute report? All right. I myself won't be here next Monday, so Mayor Pro Tem will be running the meeting next Monday. I'll be doing it by Zoom. Seeing no further business, it is 11:54. This meeting's adjourned. You get 20 minutes back because I'm supposed to adjourn at 12:15.
I was going to make a report after you, but on